Joy Behar. Sparks. Chaos after attacking. Karoline on the View. Audience calls for a permanent ban. The studio lights blaze down the air, thick with the electric tension of a live broadcast. The audience hushed as the camera panned across the polished set, finally locking onto the sharply dressed, unflinching figure of Karoline Leavitt. She sat in the guest chair, her back straight eyes steady, the faintest hint of a confident smile playing at her lips. Across from her, Joy Behar adjusted her notes, her jaw set, eyes sharp, ready for the verbal sparring match that had drawn viewers from coast to coast. This wasn't just an interview, it was a battleground. So, Caroline, Joy began, her voice dripping with the practiced condescension of a seasoned pundit. What's it like being the youngest press secretary in White House history, I mean? Is it all just a bit too much for you? The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. The audience leaned in, sensing the crackle of a coming storm. Caroline's smile didn't falter. She met Joy's gaze without blinking. Well, Joy, she replied, her voice smooth but edged with steel, I guess that depends on what you mean by too much. If you're asking whether I'm overwhelmed by the weight of my responsibilities, the answer is no. If you're asking whether I'm surprised by the pushback from people who underestimated me, also, no. I'm quite used to it. Joy's eyes narrowed, her lips pressing into a thin line. She wasn't used to guests hitting back so quickly. Alyssa Farah Griffin, seated a few chairs down, glanced sideways, sensing the tension rising. Oh, come on, Joy shot back, leaning forward. You can't deny that your appointment raised a few eyebrows. I mean, no one really knew who you were until Trump plucked you from obscurity. Do you really think you're qualified to speak for the entire country? Caroline leaned in, mirroring Joy's posture. I find it interesting, Joy, that you assume youth equals inexperience. I've worked in the trenches, not just in front of the cameras. I've been on Capitol Hill, I've been in the White House, and yes, I've taken the heat from people like you before. You see, I didn't get here by being quiet, and I'm certainly not going to start now. A ripple of murmurs swept through the studio audience. Caroline's tone, calm but cutting, sliced through the polite veneer of daytime television like a blade. Joy's jaw tightened, her knuckles whitening as she gripped her note cards. All right, Joy shot back, her voice rising a notch. But let's be real. You're here because of Trump. Without him, you'd just be another ambitious young staffer lost in the shuffle. Do you really believe you're here on merit? Caroline's smile turned into a cool, dangerous grin. Merit, Joy. I've earned my seat at this table the same way you earned yours, by speaking my mind and refusing to back down even when the odds were against me. I'm here because I fight for what I believe in, not because I played it safe or stuck to the script. Alyssa, sensing an opportunity to break the mounting tension, leaned in. But Caroline, she said carefully, don't you think being so closely tied to Trump limits your credibility with the broader American public? I mean, don't you worry about being seen as just another loyal soldier in his camp? Caroline's eyes flicked to Alyssa, her expression unchanging. Loyalty is only a liability if you stand for nothing. I stand for transparency, for strength, and for truth. And if that aligns me with a president who puts America first, so be it. The audience, sensing the growing heat, began to stir, a few scattered claps breaking through the tense silence. Joy, unwilling to let her grip on the conversation slip, pressed on. You keep talking about transparency. She snapped, her tone sharp as broken glass. But what about the scandals, the chaos, the lies? How can you stand there and act like this administration is a beacon of truth? Caroline's smile vanished, her eyes turning to icy slits. She leaned forward, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Joy, if you want to talk about lies, I suggest we broaden the conversation. Because the media has had its fair share of moments where the truth took a backseat to agenda. If we're going to talk about transparency, let's be honest about who's really shaping the narrative in this country. The room fell into a heavy silence, the air crackling with the unspoken challenge. Joy opened her mouth to respond, then hesitated, caught off guard by the sudden turn in the conversation. Alyssa glanced at the camera, her eyes betraying a flicker of uncertainty. For a moment, the studio felt like a pressure cooker, the tension building, begging for release. And Caroline, sensing the shift, leaned back, her confident smile returning as the camera light blinks red, signaling a commercial break. Well, she said softly, her eyes never leaving Joy's, this is just getting interesting. The studio lights blazed down, reflecting sharply off the polished wood of the stage. The audience, a mix of curious onlookers and die-hard fans, leaned forward, their anticipation palpable. Karoline adjusted her mic, her fingers brushing the cool metal, her eyes fixed on the panel across from her. The energy in the room crackled, a silent promise of the clash to come. Joy Behar leaned in, her fingers steepled, a slight smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. She had been in this chair for decades, her voice a staple of daytime television, her opinions as sharp as the studio's stage lights. She wasted no time. Karoline Joy began, her tone dripping with the practiced patience of someone ready to strike. You've become quite the star lately. Young, bold, and unapologetically loyal to Trump. But don't you think that loyalty blinds you to the real world? The audience stirred, a few whispers cutting through the otherwise tense silence. Karoline met Joy's gaze without flinching. She had prepared for this. Respectfully, Karoline replied, her voice clear and firm. I'm here because I believe in something bigger than myself. I'm not playing a role for ratings. I'm standing up for a movement that represents millions of Americans who feel silenced and ignored. Joy's smile tightened. She could feel the challenge in Karoline's tone, the fire behind her words. She leaned back, folding her arms, eyes narrowing. Oh, you're standing up for the people. Joy shot back, her voice rising slightly, a hint of mockery slipping through. Or are you just standing up for a man who can't stand up for himself without a swarm of loyalists shouting into microphones on his behalf? The crowd let out a collective gasp, a sharp intake of breath that filled the studio with a sudden electric tension. Karoline's jaw tightened, but she didn't look away. She leaned in, matching Joy's intensity. I'm standing up for what I believe is right. Karoline shot back, her eyes locking with Joy's. And I don't back down just because someone on a TV stage tries to frame my beliefs as blind loyalty. Alyssa Farah Griffin, sitting to Joy's left, shifted in her chair. She had once been on Karoline's side, part of the same political machine, but now found herself on the opposite end of the ideological spectrum. She cut in, her tone sharp, her eyes narrowing. Karoline, you talk about standing up for what you believe in, but do you ever stop to consider the cost? The damage this blind loyalty is doing to the country. Karoline's gaze flicked to Alyssa, her lips tightening into a thin line. Blind loyalty, she echoed, her voice growing colder. You mean the kind of loyalty that kept this country strong for generations? The kind of loyalty that stands up to the media's constant attacks and the political elite's hypocrisy? The audience murmured, a few claps echoing from the back rows. Joy's eyes flashed and she leaned in, her voice dripping with disdain. Oh, please spare me the Patriot Act. Joy spat, her hands gripping the edge of the table. You're just a mouthpiece, a pretty face thrown in front of cameras to distract from the chaos behind the scenes. Karoline felt the heat rising in her chest, a slow, steady burn that threatened to crack her calm exterior. She straightened her shoulders, squaring, her eyes hardening as she leaned into the microphone. If standing up for my beliefs makes me a mouthpiece, she shot back, her voice steady but sharp, then I'll proudly be the loudest one in the room. Because at least I'm fighting for something. At least I'm not sitting on this stage hiding behind a legacy of cheap shots and lazy commentary. The audience erupted, a mix of gasps and scattered applause. Joy's face darkened, her jaw clenching as she opened her mouth to retort, but Karoline pushed on, her voice cutting through the noise. You want to talk about chaos? Fine. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about a media machine that profits off division, that sells outrage like a cheap tabloid, that turns real issues into clickbait and sound bites. Joy's eyes blazed, her knuckles whitening as she gripped the table. Alyssa's eyes darted between the two women, her own face a mask of unease. The tension in the room had reached a breaking point, the air thick with the weight of unspoken challenges and years of political friction. The camera crew exchanged glances, their lenses zooming in, capturing every flicker of emotion, every tightened jaw, every flash of anger. This was the moment they had hoped for. Raw, unfiltered confrontation. Joy leaned in again, her voice low but cutting. You think you can walk in here, spout a few rehearsed lines, and leave unscathed? This isn't a campaign rally, Karoline. This is real life. And in the real world, blind loyalty will get you nowhere. Karoline's eyes narrowed, her pulse pounding in her ears. She could feel the pressure, the weight of the spotlight, the eyes of millions watching. But she refused to back down. She straightened, her voice clear and strong as she delivered her final line. I'm not here to leave unscathed, Joy. I'm here to win. The audience erupted the studio, filled with a chaotic mix of cheers, jeers, and the sharp clap of hands. The stage light seemed to burn a little brighter, the cameras zooming in, capturing the intensity of the moment. As the echoes of the clash reverberated through the studio, the stakes had never been higher. Karoline knew the fight was far from over, but she also knew she had just taken the first crucial step in a battle that would define her career. The studio lights flared back to life, casting sharp shadows across the polished floors as the second segment of the show resumed. Karoline Leavitt sat tall in her chair, her gaze unflinching as the hosts of The View leaned in their expressions, a mix of curiosity, frustration, and barely concealed disdain. The audience, now fully drawn into the unfolding drama, held their breath, sensing the storm that was about to break. Joy Behar, her brow furrowed, was the first to speak. She leaned forward, her glasses catching the light. So, Karoline, let's talk about your recent comments. You said that the media is intentionally misleading the public, creating a false narrative to control people's perceptions. That's a pretty bold claim, even for someone in your position. Karoline's lips curved into a thin, knowing smile. She met Joy's gaze without flinching. Bold, yes, but that doesn't make it any less true. Alyssa Farah Griffin, seated to Joy's right, folded her arms, her expression skeptical. But you're part of the media now, Karoline. You're the White House press secretary. Isn't it a bit hypocritical to attack the very institution you're part of? Karoline chuckled softly, the sound slicing through the tension like a blade. There's a difference, Alyssa. I don't see my role as spinning narratives or manipulating the truth. I'm here to inform the public, not to push an agenda. Joy scoffed, leaning back in her chair. Oh, come on. Every administration has an agenda. Don't play coy. Karoline's eyes hardened, her smile fading. No, Joy. There's a difference between having principles and manipulating facts to fit a narrative. I respect the truth. I respect the American people. I'm not here to mislead them. Sunny Huston, who had remained silent until now, leaned in her tone sharp. So are you saying the rest of us here don't respect the truth? That we're just puppets for some hidden agenda? Karoline's gaze didn't waver. I'm saying that too many in the media are more concerned with crafting a story than reporting the facts. And if the shoe fits Sunny, maybe it's time to do some self-reflection. The audience murmured a few scattered claps, breaking the heavy silence. The camera swung between the hosts, capturing the tightening of their jaws, the narrowing of their eyes. Joy cut in again, her voice rising. You talk a big game about the truth, but let's not pretend you don't have your own biases. You worked for Trump. You're his mouthpiece. How is that any different from the media figures you're attacking? Karoline's jaw tightened, her eyes blazing. She leaned forward, her voice low but seething with controlled fury. The difference, Joy, is that I don't hide my intentions. I am upfront about where I stand, and I don't pretend to be an impartial observer while pushing a political agenda. Alyssa's eyes narrowed. But isn't that exactly what you're doing? Just from the other side. Karoline shook her head, her voice growing colder. No, I am transparent. I am accountable. I don't hide behind anonymous sources and vague implications. I stand by my words even when it's uncomfortable. Sunny leaned in further, her fingers tapping the table in irritation. You act like you're some kind of martyr for truth, but you're just as political as the rest of us. Maybe even more so because you're actively shaping the narrative from the most powerful podium in the world. Karoline's eyes flashed. She felt the heat of the lights, the weight of the cameras, the eyes of millions watching this exchange. She refused to back down. You're right about one thing, Sunny. I am shaping the narrative. I'm shaping it back to the truth, to accountability, to honesty. That's my job, and I refuse to apologize for it. The audience erupted into a mix of claps and murmurs. A few shots rang out from the back, a chaotic blend of support and dissent that mirrored the division on the stage. The hosts glanced at each other, their carefully coordinated facade beginning to crack. Joy leaned in her voice, a sharp blade. You think you're some kind of truth teller, but you're just another political operative with a polished smile. Spare us the martyr complex. Karoline's eyes narrowed, her grip on the edge of the table, tightening. You can call me whatever you want, Joy, but the difference between us is clear. I'm not afraid to speak the truth, even when it's unpopular. I don't hide behind groupthink. I don't bow to the pressure of the mob. Joy opened her mouth to respond, but Karoline cut her off. her voice rising above the building din of the audience. You want to talk about the truth? Let's talk about the selective outrage, the manufactured narratives, the twisting of facts to fit a political agenda. Let's talk about how you preach tolerance and inclusivity but turn vicious the moment someone challenges your worldview. The air in the studio felt electric, the tension so thick it seemed to warp the very air. The camera zoomed in, catching every flash of anger, every tightening of fists. The hosts exchanged quick, uncertain glances, sensing that this conversation had veered far off the predictable script. As the segment wound down the stage, lights dimming slightly, Karoline leaned back, a small, defiant smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She had walked into their arena, faced their pointed questions and veiled barbs, and held her ground. But she knew this was only the beginning. The real battle was still to come. The studio lights blazed hotter than ever as the camera zoomed in on Karoline's face. The air crackled with the charged tension of a confrontation about to reach its peak. The View's audience leaned forward, eyes wide, breaths held, sensing that the polite pretense of civil debate had just shattered. Joy leaned back, her arms crossed, a smug, almost satisfied grin spreading across her face. She had pushed Karoline to this moment, the brink where the younger woman would either crumble or explode. It was a test of endurance, a trial by fire. "Tell me," Karoline Joy said, her voice dripping with mock concern, "how does it feel to be a mouthpiece for a man who has openly attacked the very foundations of our democracy? To be the polished, pretty face of a movement that many would argue has set this country back decades?" Karoline's jaw tightened, her fingers gripping the edge of the table until her knuckles turned white. She could feel the eyes of the audience, the heat of the studio lights, the weight of 1,000 judgmental tweets forming in real time. But she refused to back down. She leaned in, her eyes locking onto Joy's with a fierce, unblinking intensity. "You want to talk about setting the country back?" Joy Karoline shot back, her voice low but cutting. "You sit there on your throne of moral superiority, passing judgment on people like me, young women who dare to step into the arena you claim to have paved the way for. You preach about feminism and empowerment, but the moment a woman stands for something you don't agree with, you try to tear her down." The crowd let out a collective sharp inhale, the kind of breathless anticipation that only comes when the air is thick with conflict. Alyssa Farah Griffin shifted uncomfortably in her seat, sensing the storm building between her co-hosts. Sunny Hostin eyes narrowed, leaned in slightly, prepared to jump in if needed, but for now she chose to watch her lips pursed tightly. Joy's smirk faltered for a fraction of a second, a flicker of something sharp and dangerous flashing in her eyes. But she quickly recovered, her voice dripping with the kind of condescension only years of on-air combat can perfect. "Oh, honey," Joy cooed, leaning forward, her hands folding neatly on the table, "I've seen young firebrands like you come and go. Full of passion, full of righteousness, convinced they're on the right side of history, until the reality of the world crashes down around them. Tell me, how's it going, being the brave face of a man whose legacy is built on division and scandal?" Karoline's eyes flashed a spark igniting behind them. She leaned in closer, her voice sharp and precise, cutting through Joy's taunts like a blade. "You mean the man who actually gave a voice to millions of Americans who felt abandoned by the establishment? The man who didn't just talk about change, but actually delivered it while you sat behind this desk sneering at anyone who dared to challenge the status quo?" The audience murmured a low rumble of conflicting whispers that filled the gaps in the silence. Joy's jaw tightened, the mask slipping for just a moment as the camera caught the subtle twitch in her clenched fingers. Alyssa finally interjected, her tone sharp, her eyes flicking between the two women. "Ladies, maybe we should dial this back a bit. We're here to discuss ideas, not just tear each other down." Joy waved a dismissive hand, her eyes never leaving Karoline's. "Oh, I'm just trying to understand where she gets this unshakable faith in a man who has lied, cheated, and divided this country more than any other in recent memory." Karoline straightened her spine like a steel rod, her voice steady and unyielding. "You talk about lies and division. Joy, but let's not pretend you and this show have been innocent bystanders. You push narratives that fit your worldview, attack anyone who dares to disagree, and then act shocked when people push back. You helped create this environment." The room fell silent, the tension so thick it seemed to press down on everyone in the studio. Even the producers, normally bustling around behind the cameras, paused, their eyes locked on the unfolding verbal duel. Joy leaned back, her fingers tapping rhythmically against the tabletop, her eyes narrowing. So you're saying it's our fault? That people like me who actually care about this country, who want to see it move forward, are to blame for the mess we're in? Caroline's lips curled into a tight, challenging smile. I'm saying that you've become the very thing you claim to stand against, an elitist out of touch with the very people you claim to defend. The silence that followed felt like a held breath, a moment stretched to the breaking point, each woman staring the other down, neither willing to blink, neither willing to concede even an inch. And in that silence, the battle lines became clearer than ever. It wasn't just a debate, it was a war, a clash of ideals, of generations of visions for the country's future. Joy's eyes darkened, her jaw setting as she prepared to fire back. But for the first time in a long time, she hesitated, the words catching in her throat, the carefully rehearsed defenses crumbling under the intensity of Karoline's unflinching gaze. The studio lights blazed hotter than ever as Karoline Leavitt leaned into the microphone, her eyes fixed on Joy Behar across the table. The tension had reached a fever pitch, and the crowd felt it. The air was thick, crackling with the charged energy of a confrontation that had been building for months. Joy's lips tightened into a thin line, her fingers tapping the table, a silent but telling sign of her growing frustration. I'm not here to play by your rules, Joy Karoline's voice cut through the tense silence. I'm here to speak the truth, even if it makes you uncomfortable. Joy's eyebrows shot up, her eyes narrowing into sharp slits. She leaned forward, her perfectly manicured nails tapping the table in a steady, irritated rhythm. Uncomfortable, she shot back, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Honey, I've been in this business longer than you've been alive. You don't get to lecture me on the truth. The audience murmured, some leaning forward in their seats, others exchanging quick glances, their eyes darting between the two women locked in a battle of words. Even Alyssa Farrah Griffin, seated beside Joy, shifted uncomfortably, her polished, practiced poise momentarily slipping as the verbal sparring escalated. Karoline's eyes never left Joy's. She had faced down tougher critics, weathered fiercer storms, and walked through political fires that would have broken most. She wasn't about to flinch now. Oh, I'm fully aware of your tenure. Joy Karoline shot back, her tone steady, her eyes unblinking. And maybe that's the problem. You've gotten so comfortable in this echo chamber that you've forgotten what real journalism looks like. Joy's jaw tightened, the corner of her mouth twitching with barely restrained fury. The control room, filled with a dozen producers and camera operators, collectively held its breath. They had seen confrontations before, but this was different. Raw, personal, and seething with unresolved tension. Alyssa, sensing the temperature in the room rising, tried to step in, her voice smooth and diplomatic. Ladies, let's keep this civil, she said, her hands raised in a placating gesture. We're here to have a conversation, not a cage match. Karoline barely acknowledged her. She was locked in now, the adrenaline coursing through her veins, sharpening her focus. She leaned forward, her fingers curling around the edge of the table, her eyes still fixed on Joy. Civil, she echoed, a slight smile curling her lips. You want civil. How about we talk about respect? About the respect I've earned, not because of who I know, but because of what I've done. Because I stood up for my beliefs when it wasn't popular. Because I refused to be silenced. Joy leaned back slightly, her chair creaking under the sudden shift. Her eyes flicked to Alyssa, a silent plea for support, but Alyssa's gaze remained neutral, her expression carefully composed, a mask of practiced impartiality. Joy's voice dropped to a low, dangerous growl. You think you're some kind of martyr, that the world is out to get you because you're some fearless truth-teller. She leaned in her face inches from Karoline's. Spare me. You're a political puppet, a mouthpiece for a man who can't handle a little criticism without throwing a tantrum. The audience gasped, a low murmur rippling through the crowd. Karoline's face remained impassive, her jaw set, eyes locked onto Joy's like a fighter waiting for the bell. And you, Karoline, shot back, her voice icy and precise, are the very thing you pretend to despise. A mouthpiece for an establishment that's terrified of change, that clings to power by silencing voices like mine. Joy's eyes flashed, her fists clenching beneath the table. For a moment, the control room buzzed with nervous whispers, camera angles shifting, producers exchanging worried glances. This wasn't just a segment anymore. It was a showdown, a live, unscripted battle for the soul of political discourse. Caroline leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a steely whisper that cut through the clamor of the studio like a knife. I'm not going anywhere, Joy. And the louder you try to shout me down, the clearer my voice will become. Joy's lips parted, a sharp retort forming on her tongue, but before she could speak, Caroline leaned back, her eyes never leaving Joy's, a defiant, unspoken challenge hanging in the air. The cameras kept rolling, the studio lights glaring down like the unforgiving sun in a courtroom. No one moved. No one dared breathe. For a moment, it felt like the entire world had stopped waiting for the next volley, the next cutting remark, the next explosive clash in a war of words that had just begun. The bright studio lights blazed down on Karoline Leavitt as she straightened in her chair, her pulse steady but her mind racing. The audience around her buzzed with nervous energy, sensing that they were on the brink of something explosive. She tightened her grip on the armrests, feeling the cool metal beneath her fingers, a sharp contrast to the heat radiating from the stage. Joy Behar leaned in her glasses, perched on the edge of her nose, eyes sharp behind the thin frames. So, Caroline, she began, her voice dripping with calculated calm, you really believe that just because you stand there with a smile and a well-rehearsed line, it changes the fact that your administration is built on chaos and misinformation? Caroline felt a flicker of heat rise in her chest, but she forced a smile, leaning in slightly as if sharing a secret. Chaos. She echoed, her tone light but her eyes sharp. Joy. If you want to talk about chaos, we can start with the fact that you've spent years spreading fear and division while claiming to champion unity. Isn't that a bit contradictory? A few gasps rippled through the audience, and Alyssa Farrah Griffin, seated beside Joy, shifted uncomfortably, her eyes darting between the two women like a referee in a prize fight. She opened her mouth to cut in, but Joy held up a manicured hand, silencing her. You're deflecting. Joy shot back, her smile tight. We're talking about you, about your administration's refusal to acknowledge basic facts. Caroline's eyes sparked, her grip tightening. Basic facts. Like the kind you ignore when they don't fit your narrative. Like when you downplayed the border crisis because it didn't suit the story you wanted to tell. Or when you called concerned parents extremists just for speaking up about their children's education. The audience murmured, the energy in the room crackling like a live wire. Even the camera operators leaned in their lenses, trained tightly on the unfolding drama. Joy's jaw tightened, her fingers curling around the edge of the table. You're dodging again, Caroline. I'm talking about truth. You talk about free speech, but your side silences anyone who disagrees. Caroline leaned forward, her voice low but clear, cutting through the murmurs like a blade. No, Joy. What you're talking about is control. You want to control the narrative, control the dialogue, control who gets to speak. You're not fighting for truth, you're fighting to keep a stranglehold on the conversation. The crowd's reaction grew louder, a mix of gasps and scattered applause. Alyssa, sensing the tension spiking, finally interjected. All right, ladies, let's keep this civil. We're here to have a conversation, not a shouting match. Caroline's eyes never left Joy's, the air between them vibrating with unspoken challenge. I'm perfectly civil, she said, her voice a shade colder. But I won't sit here and let you twist reality to fit your narrative. Joy leaned back, her smile icy. Twist reality. That's rich, coming from someone whose political career was born from a platform built on conspiracy theories and fear. Caroline's pulse quickened, but she kept her tone steady. Fear. You mean like the fear you and your colleagues peddle every day, convincing people that disagreement is a threat and that debate is dangerous. The room felt smaller, the walls pressing in as the tension reached a fever pitch. Even the studio lights seemed to flicker, the shadows on the set growing sharper. Joy's eyes narrowed, her voice dropping to a near whisper that cut through the air like a cold wind. You're playing a dangerous game, Caroline. You might have the crowd on your side today, but you're not invincible. Caroline leaned in, her gaze locked with Joy's unblinking. Neither are you. For a moment, the entire room held its breath, the tension so thick it felt like a physical presence. Then the director signaled for a commercial break, the red lights on the cameras blinking off, and the studio exhaled as one. Joy leaned back, exhaling slowly, her eyes still locked on Caroline. Alyssa reached for her water bottle, her hands trembling slightly. The stage hands moved quickly, adjusting microphones and checking camera angles, their movements quick and nervous, like birds sensing an approaching storm. Karoline straightened, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear. She could feel the adrenaline coursing through her veins, sharpening her focus, heightening her senses. As the studio countdown ticked toward 0, she leaned in one last time, her voice low but steady. "You wanted a fight, Joy. Be careful what you wish for." The lights flashed back on the cameras, rolled, and the battle continued, each woman more determined than ever to seize control of the narrative. The stakes had never been higher, and neither side was willing to back down. As the final seconds ticked away, Karoline straightened her jacket, a small, defiant smile touching her lips. She had come prepared for a fight, and she had no intention of backing down. And as the red lights blinked back on, the war of words resumed, sharper, louder, and more dangerous than ever. Hear the next story. 1 minute ago, Diddy set the perfect trap for Justin Bieber. Footage from the past resurfaces. Content warning. The following narrative contains depictions of alleged misconduct, coercion, and abuse involving public figures. Reader discretion is advised. In the glittering world of entertainment, where fame and fortune often mask darker realities, the relationship between a rising teenage pop sensation and a seasoned music mogul has come under intense scrutiny. Recent revelations have cast a new light on past interactions, prompting questions about the nature of mentorship and the potential for exploitation within the industry. Justin Bieber, a young Canadian artist catapulted to stardom in the late 2000s, capturing hearts worldwide with his vocal talent and boy-next-door charm. Discovered on YouTube and quickly signed by Usher, Bieber's ascent was meteoric. Amidst this rapid rise, he crossed paths with Sean "Diddy" Combs, a prominent figure in the music industry known for his influence and lavish lifestyle. In a resurfaced video from Bieber's early career, Combs is seen declaring, "I don't have legal guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours, he's with me." The footage captures a young Bieber, then 15, seemingly under the wing of Combs for a 2-day period. The nature of their activities during this time remains undisclosed, but the casual manner in which this arrangement is presented has raised eyebrows in retrospect. Further videos depict interactions that, while perhaps overlooked at the time, now appear concerning. In one instance, Combs expresses frustration over Bieber's lack of communication, stating, "You ain't been calling me and hanging out the way we used to hang out." Bieber, visibly uncomfortable, responds hesitantly, highlighting a dynamic that suggests an imbalance of power. These clips, once seen as benign glimpses into celebrity camaraderie, are now being reevaluated in light of serious allegations against Combs. The context of these interactions has shifted dramatically, prompting discussions about the responsibilities of mentors and the vulnerability of young artists in the industry. In recent months, Combs has faced a barrage of accusations, including charges of sex trafficking, racketeering, and coercion. Federal investigations have uncovered disturbing evidence such as drugs and weapons during raids on his properties. Testimonies from former associates and partners paint a picture of a man who allegedly used his position to manipulate and control those around him. One of the most damning pieces of evidence is a surveillance video from 2016 showing Combs physically assaulting his then-partner, Cassie Ventura, in a hotel hallway. This footage, coupled with Ventura's detailed accounts of abuse, has significantly undermined Combs' public persona. Amidst the unfolding scandal, Bieber has largely remained silent. However, a representative recently issued a statement clarifying that Bieber is not among Combs' alleged victims. The statement emphasized the importance of focusing on those who have been genuinely harmed rather than diverting attention through speculation. Despite this clarification, the resurfacing of past interactions has led to public concern about Bieber's well-being during his formative years in the industry. Observers note that the young artist's exposure to such environments may have had lasting impacts even if no direct abuse occurred. Usher, credited with discovering Bieber, also had a close relationship with Combs during his early career. Reports indicate that Usher spent time under Combs' mentorship, experiencing firsthand the mogul's extravagant lifestyle. In interviews, Usher has recounted witnessing adult-themed parties and behaviors that were inappropriate for his age at the time. This connection raises questions about the cycle of exposure and the responsibilities of mentors in safeguarding young talents. If Usher was aware of Combs' questionable behaviors, his decision to introduce Bieber into that environment warrants scrutiny. The The revelations surrounding Combs have sparked broader conversations about the entertainment industry's handling of young artists. The power dynamics at play, coupled with the allure of fame, can create situations ripe for exploitation. As more individuals come forward with their stories, the need for systemic change becomes increasingly apparent. Advocates are calling for stricter regulations and oversight to protect minors in the industry. The hope is that increased awareness and accountability will prevent future instances of abuse and ensure that young talents can pursue their dreams in safe and supportive environments. In the glow of early success, Justin Bieber's life was already a whirlwind of appearances, endorsements, and rapid fame by the age of 15. What remained hidden in the glare of paparazzi flashes was the blurred boundary between mentorship and proximity that could cross into manipulation. Among the many influential figures who orbited Bieber's rising star, one loomed especially large: Sean "Diddy" Combs. In one now infamous interview clip, Diddy, speaking with a casual authority, announced that Bieber would be spending the next 48 hours with him. He even joked about having custody, noting, "I did it with Usher, now I'm doing it with him." Framed initially as harmless enthusiasm, these words now echo differently in the court of public opinion. The video showing Bieber smiling awkwardly while Diddy gestured excitedly captures a moment that felt celebratory at the time. But with hindsight, that footage has become unsettling, especially considering that Bieber's actual legal guardians or management team appeared absent from the conversation. Diddy's phrasing tone and emphasis on taking Bieber full buck, full crazy in just 2 days created a narrative no longer easily dismissed as harmless fun. 2 years after that 48-hour hangout, the two met again. A newer clip shows Diddy confronting a now 17-year-old Bieber in front of cameras. Gone was the excited tone of mentorship. In its place was a tinge of reprimand as Diddy questioned why Bieber had stopped calling or hanging out like they used to. Bieber, clearly on edge, tried to explain citing Diddy's entourage and difficulty reaching him directly, but his posture and mannerisms told a more complex story. The imbalance between the two was stark: a 40-something mogul pressing a teen who'd once looked up to him. The tension was palpable, and the shift in Bieber's demeanor from nervous laughter to discomfort didn't go unnoticed by viewers. These interactions, once brushed off as lighthearted celebrity banter, now appear more symptomatic of deeper issues. What may have seemed like a mentorship dynamic had started to show signs of pressure, perhaps even coercion. And fans began to wonder what really happened during those 48 hours. And more importantly, what happened in the months and years after the Diddy-Bieber connection is not the only relationship being reevaluated. For many observers, a pattern has emerged. Diddy had a long-standing history of building entourages that included rising stars, often very young ones. Some insiders now describe this network as not just industry mentorship, but as part of a broader social environment that blurred personal boundaries with professional access. There are reports of NDAs being presented at social events, devices being confiscated upon entry, and a general expectation of secrecy. One insider called it curated chaos, where the party atmosphere was a smokescreen for tighter control. In his testimony, one former associate described an event where attendees were separated based on unknown criteria. Some were directed to common areas, while others selected by event staff were ushered into off-camera zones. He referred to these selections as being handled military style, but with champagne and trap beats. In the months following Combs' high-profile legal troubles, sources close to Bieber noted a drastic emotional shift. According to multiple reports, Bieber has been shut down in discussions about the case. Friends and insiders say he is struggling to process it all. One source said it's not just about watching someone fall. It's about remembering what it felt like to stand next to them when you didn't know what they were really capable of. While Bieber has not made direct statements about his time around Diddy, his silence is being read by many as a form of self-preservation. Some mental health experts observing the situation from afar point out that trauma doesn't always manifest through explicit allegations. It can also emerge in avoidance, sudden withdrawal, and a reluctance to revisit past associations. Ironically, the person who brought Bieber into the music world, Usher, is also a key part of this tangled web. Usher had his own early years shaped under Diddy's guidance. He has spoken publicly about living with Combs as a teenager, even recounting that Diddy's mansion was a place where things were always going on. In a 2004 Rolling Stone interview, Usher described walking in on intimate adult scenes and being surrounded by lifestyles he wasn't equipped to understand at such a young age. He said it was wild. but I saw it all. And yet, years later, Usher would become the bridge that brought Bieber to the industry and eventually to Diddy. In doing so, he may have unknowingly perpetuated a cycle in which young proteges were exposed to more than just career-building opportunities. This history has raised serious questions. If Usher knew the kind of world that young artists could be pulled into, why didn't he act more protectively over the next generation? And more pointedly, was Bieber ever truly protected? While no direct accusations have been leveled by Bieber against Diddy, multiple resurfaced clips suggest that the singer was repeatedly placed in environments that were arguably inappropriate for his age. Footage of Bieber at Diddy's party seemingly under the influence or appearing visibly out of place has circulated widely in recent months. In one video, Bieber is seen at an adult-themed celebration hosted by Diddy, reportedly surrounded by individuals significantly older than him. In another, Khloe Kardashian casually mentions on an episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians that Bieber was at a party where half the people were naked. The comment was brushed off at the time, but has now been recirculated with renewed alarm. These moments, once played for humor or curiosity, are now sobering reminders that Bieber's early stardom may have come with unspoken costs, emotional, psychological, and personal. As public scrutiny intensifies, fans have begun demanding clarity. Online communities are urging Bieber to speak out, not to accuse, but to release himself from a weight they believe he's been carrying for years. "Your silence isn't protecting him, it's protecting your younger self," wrote one user in a viral comment thread. The suggestion isn't that Bieber owes the public a confession, but rather that unspoken trauma can linger like a shadow, especially for someone who grew up under the constant lens of celebrity. Supporters cite Bieber's past interviews, particularly one emotional moment when he broke down while discussing Billie Eilish. "I just don't want her to go through what I went through," he said tearfully. At the time, many interpreted his words as a reflection on fame, but now those same words are being parsed as something deeper, possibly an oblique reference to experiences too heavy to detail directly. The issue now seems larger than a single artist or a single mogul. Entertainment attorneys and child advocacy experts are weighing in, framing the Diddy-Bieber relationship as a symptom of a broken system, one in which youth and vulnerability are leveraged for access and image. One legal analyst commented, "There's a duty of care that was violated here, not necessarily through physical harm, but through neglect. No teenager should be expected to navigate adult industries alone." The analyst continued, "Even if Bieber was never harmed in the ways others may have been, the emotional imprint of those years, those environments can leave scars. He was 15. He wasn't just discovering his career. He was still discovering himself." As of now, Bieber has not joined any legal proceedings. There are no known lawsuits or public allegations linking him directly to the ongoing investigations involving Combs. But the reevaluation of their relationship and the industry culture that enabled it continues to evolve. Meanwhile, Diddy remains entangled in legal proceedings. More accusers have come forward. Federal investigators continue to gather evidence. And in the midst of it all, the image of a quiet teenager walking into a mansion with a camera crew and a powerful mentor now haunts the cultural consciousness. The industry, once blind to these dynamics, now seems incapable of looking away. As Diddy's past comes under increasing scrutiny, many are now examining how expansive his influence truly was, especially within entertainment's inner circles. What once looked like industry networking now resembles a carefully constructed social ecosystem designed to maintain silence, loyalty, and control. Former collaborators described these dynamics as subtle but unrelenting. Invitations to parties came with expectations. Deals overlapped with obligations. Relationships were not just personal, but deeply transactional. And those who attempted to leave often found that doing so came with quiet but unmistakable consequences. It is within this context that Justin Bieber's proximity to the mogul takes on even greater significance. More than just a young singer spending time with a high-profile mentor, he may have been navigating a pressure-filled environment where the price of access was far more than he ever anticipated. In one recently resurfaced anecdote, an associate recalled a moment during a 2012 private gathering, a sleek, high-profile event with actors, musicians, and tech investors mingling in a loft-style venue. Bieber was in attendance. The source, speaking anonymously, claimed that younger guests like Bieber were treated more like adornments than guests. He elaborated there were people who were just there, not participating in business deals, not networking, just present on display. And Bieber stood out not because he said anything, but because he looked like he was trying not to. While no allegations of direct harm were made in that statement, the implications struck a nerve with audiences familiar with the ways in which fame can blur the lines between performance and pressure. Bieber, at the time, still underage, may have found himself surrounded by forces that were less about protection and more about image control. And the fact that so few people asked questions speaks volumes about the industry's blind spots. What's becoming clearer is that silence served as the currency of survival in these social spheres. According to an associate of Diddy's who later distanced themselves from his network, silence wasn't just expected, it was engineered. You didn't get a direct threat, they said. You got reminders, a job offer pulled, a leaked photo, an invite quietly revoked. It was all soft power, but it worked. Those who stayed silent succeeded. Those who asked questions vanished. This model of soft coercion of managing loyalty, not through overt threats but by controlling opportunities, has been cited in multiple insider reports as one of the reasons many stayed close even when things felt off. And for someone like Bieber, who was still forming his identity amid this, the pull of silence could have felt both protective and paralyzing. As Bieber's career matured, so did his image. But beneath the carefully curated persona were clear signs of a young man grappling with unresolved experiences. From erratic behavior in public to emotional confessions in interviews, the pop star has hinted sometimes indirectly at the toll of growing up too fast, too exposed. In one interview, when asked about the challenges of early fame, he paused before saying, "I was surrounded by people who said they cared. But looking back, I think they cared more about what I could do for them." It wasn't a direct accusation, but it wasn't ambiguous either. Fans and observers have increasingly connected these breadcrumbs to his time around Diddy, among others. The growing consensus isn't necessarily that something overtly criminal happened, it's that something deeply unsettling did. In the aftermath of Diddy's arrest, Bieber's public appearances have been few and far between. At one event, he looked visibly drained. A close friend reportedly shared, "He's not talking about it, but it's clear he's thinking about it, a lot." Whether Bieber will ever speak publicly on the matter remains uncertain. Perhaps he never will. Perhaps silence for him is not avoidance, but autonomy, a way to preserve what little privacy remains. Still, the world continues to ask questions. Why was a teenager ever given to the care of a powerful man with no legal oversight? Why did no one in the industry press harder when footage began to raise red flags? And why did so many even now treat discomfort as rumor instead of evidence? The answers may not come easily. But one thing is now undeniable. The echoes of that 48-hour window and everything that surrounded it continue to reverberate. While Sean Diddy Combs' connection to Justin Bieber now feels unsettling in hindsight, the initial link was made not through happenstance but through trust. That trust came in the form of Usher Raymond, a celebrated artist who publicly took credit for discovering Bieber and introducing him to the industry's upper echelons. Usher was more than a co-signer. He was seen as a mentor figure. And with that role came responsibilities both personal and professional. At the time, his involvement was a cause for celebration. The narrative was one of legacy, a star helping to raise the next one. But with the revelations now swirling around, Diddy observers have turned their attention to Usher's own early years and the patterns they seem to reflect. Usher himself has openly spoken about his teenage years under the influence of Combs. At just 13, he lived with Diddy, a period he once described as a wild education. In a 2004 magazine interview, he recalled opening doors to see behavior far beyond his year's scenes of intimacy excess and lifestyle extremes that in his own words were hard to process. While he has occasionally spoken with a kind of detached acceptance of those years, critics now point to those interviews with unease. Not because he acknowledged them, but because he later chose to place another young artist in the same proximity. If Usher had reservations, he didn't show them. Instead, he brought Bieber into the same ecosystem that had once shaped him. This has led to an avalanche of questions not only about Diddy's actions, but about Usher's choices. How could someone who lived through that experience send a minor back through the same gates? One of the most frequently cited moments in the timeline comes from an old clip that has resurfaced online in which Diddy is seen proclaiming half-jokingly that he has custody of Justin for the weekend. He described the planned 48-hour hangout in playful terms, joking about adventures girls and going full crazy. To some, it came off as showmanship, but in today's context, it reads much differently. Critics question the comfort level Diddy had with framing himself as a temporary guardian over a teenager. It raises concerns about who, if anyone, was actually monitoring these encounters and what kind of environments Bieber may have been placed into under the guise of mentorship or celebrity bonding. When those clips are viewed today, the most common reactions aren't laughter. They're disbelieving. Years after the 48-hour weekend, Diddy and Bieber crossed paths again in front of cameras. But the energy was different. Where the first clip had shown a wide-eyed Bieber nodding along nervously, the second encounter revealed a young man keeping his guard up. Diddy's tone was teasing but bordered on scolding. "You don't call anymore," he said, implying abandonment. Bieber's reply, halting, subdued, spoke volumes. He mentioned not having Diddy's number, shrugged off the comment, and looked away. The playful dynamic was gone. What replaced it was tension avoidance and something more intangible, discomfort. That exchange, once buried in the clutter of early YouTube culture, has since become a focal point. A moment many are now rewatching frame by frame, not for gossip, but for missed signs. Throughout his adolescence, Bieber was surrounded by adults who wielded significant influence industry, executives, artists, promoters. For a young star navigating global fame, it was both an opportunity and a liability. One former entertainment lawyer speaking in an interview noted, "When you put a 15-year-old in a room with billion-dollar brands and unchecked egos, you're not mentoring them, you're conditioning them." Bieber's own comments over the years seem to support that theory. He's repeatedly alluded to having to grow up too quickly, to lose trust, to being surrounded by people who said they cared but ultimately watched out for themselves. And while he has never named names, the weight of those statements is now harder to ignore. In the aftermath of Diddy's legal troubles, Justin Bieber has chosen not to speak directly about their history. Some say it's strategic. Others say it's self-preservation. But many believe it's something deeper, an attempt to compartmentalize a chapter of his life that was never his to control. What remains is the silence. And in that silence, people are filling in the blanks with timelines, footage, testimonials, and patterns. Not all silence means consent. Sometimes silence is survival. By the time Justin Bieber turned 17, his career had already reached global stardom. Stadium tours, sold out merchandise, screaming fans, the dream was real. But so was the pressure. In interviews conducted in later years, Bieber opened up carefully, but clearly, about the emotional toll. He described feelings of isolation, betrayal, and confusion. "Everyone told me they loved me," he once said, "and then they just disappeared." He was speaking generally, but those familiar with his past couldn't help but draw connections to certain figures from his early career, mentors, gatekeepers, and industry big brothers who had once stood proudly beside him. Some of them had vanished. Clips from Bieber's late teen years show a young man caught in conflicting energies. At events, he smiled. On stage, he performed with polish. But off stage, he often appeared dazed, disoriented, or simply exhausted. In one now widely circulated video from a private gathering, he can be seen surrounded by older guests, celebrities, athletes, and executives. His expression, guarded. Another clip from a party hosted by Diddy shows him joking around, perhaps under the influence. Whether it was playful or pressured, the setting is impossible to ignore. It wasn't a teen hangout. It was a grown-up room with grown-up rules. According to multiple sources close to Bieber, his later years have been marked by a growing effort to step away not just from certain individuals, but from that entire chapter of his early fame. A source close to his team said he stopped responding, he shut down. And honestly, it was the healthiest thing he could have done. Some speculate his silence has been protective. Others believe he's still processing. But one thing is clear: since news of Diddy's legal collapse, Bieber has remained visibly rattled. Paparazzi photos from that period show him withdrawn, thin, distracted. Whatever role Diddy played in his life, mentor, friend, or something else, it left a trace. While most conversations have centered around Diddy, critics and fans alike have begun asking broader questions: who else knew, who else is enabled, and perhaps, most hauntingly, who else was there? For Bieber, Diddy might have been one name in a longer list, Part of a network, a culture, a structure that normalized excess under the banner of entertainment? And if so, that's not just a scandal, it's a system. As Justin Bieber's past continues to be dissected under the spotlight of ongoing revelations, questions are not just being asked about Diddy, but about those who led Bieber into that world in the first place. Foremost among them, Usher. Usher, Raymond IV, who had risen to fame from a young age himself, was often credited with discovering Bieber. Their relationship was widely publicized, especially during Justin's earliest rise to fame. Usher introduced him to label heads, mentored him musically, and appeared beside him during key moments in the launch of his career. But behind the stage lights and co-signed interviews was a more complex history. Usher, it turns out, was once in Justin's shoes and perhaps more closely than anyone realized at the time. In multiple interviews, Usher has acknowledged that when he was just 13 years old, he lived under the guidance of Sean Combs, aka Diddy, during a period he once casually referred to as Flavor Camp. At the time, it sounded like an opportunity. But later, when pressed, Usher admitted to having witnessed situations far beyond what any child should have seen. You'd open a door and see things, he said in a 2004 Rolling Stone feature. It was wild. He didn't elaborate much, but what he didn't say spoke volumes. Years later, when asked directly if he would send his own son into a similar environment, Usher's response was clear: hell no. This is the question now reverberating through fan forums and investigative circles alike. If Usher had known the pitfalls, the pressure, the blurred lines of youthful fame, why pass Bieber through the same doors? Why introduce him to the same circle? Was it ambition, industry norms, or was it something deeper, a normalization of cycles that had never been examined because they had never truly stopped? Some argue Usher believed he was opening doors. Others believe he was simply following the path he knew best. But intent does not erase impact. And whatever the reason, that introduction may have played a pivotal role in what Bieber would later encounter. It is not just the individuals that draw scrutiny, it is the pattern. Over and over again, the entertainment industry has positioned youth as a resource, fame as a currency, and silence as survival. The bigger the name, the less scrutiny. The brighter the spotlight, the deeper the shadows behind it. Justin Bieber's case is not unique, but it is a mirror. Through him, the public sees not just a child star navigating global fame, but a roadmap of decisions made by adults who should have known better. Agents, managers, mentors, executives. Each of them, knowingly or not, contributed to a pipeline that moved children into rooms where the rules were different and not always in their favor. In interviews over the years, Bieber has given glimpses into the invisible damage, panic attacks, isolation, chronic trust issues. On Zane Lowe's Apple Music show, he broke down in tears when speaking about his desire to protect younger artists like Billie Eilish. I don't want her to go through what I went through, he said, barely able to speak. In his song Lonely, he sang, "Everybody saw me sick, and it felt like no one gave a..." The pain was not metaphorical. It was a memory. Still, he has never named names, never made direct accusations, but the weight of his silences now resonates louder than any press release. One of the most widely circulated videos shows Bieber, then 17, reuniting with Diddy. The vibe is tense. Diddy jokes about how Bieber hadn't been calling, hadn't been hanging out like before. Justin's reply is nervous, his smile forced. In hindsight, the exchange looks less like friendly banter and more like a performance under pressure. A body language analyst reviewing the footage noted he leans back. His eyes flicker. His voice wavers. This isn't just discomfort, it's vigilance. The public began to ask, was this just a superstar navigating a difficult mentorship, or was this a young man who had seen too much and was trying to maintain distance without drawing fire? As this new wave of scrutiny crashes across the entertainment industry, many are rethinking past footage, past interviews, and past dynamics. Old clips that once seemed harmless are being watched with new eyes. Fans, survivors, and whistleblowers alike have begun to piece together a broader mosaic. And what they're finding is disturbing. The deeper story here is not just about Diddy or even about Bieber. It's about what happens when powerful people operate in environments where silence is the default and children are the least protected. Some witnesses described a 3-tiered silence structure: Tier 1, hush favors, gifts, gigs, contracts. Tier 2, control narratives, redirect PR stage fake stories. Tier 3, distance and erase, make the uncomfortable disappear from photos, invites, and even search engines. One executive referred to this system as the discretion economy. In recent months, there has been a shift. Former insiders have come forward. Lawsuits have named names. Survivor-led organizations have gained momentum. And Justin Bieber, while still largely quiet on the subject, seems to have made one decision clear. He's walking a different road now. Those close to him say he's focused on healing fatherhood and detaching from old systems. When asked whether he'd ever address the past more directly, one associate said he doesn't need to write a book. His distance says it all. This story doesn't end with jail time or news clips. It ends, if at all, with acknowledgement. Acknowledgement that systems were broken, that safeguards failed, that in an industry that trades on dreams, some of its most vulnerable dreamers were left to fend for themselves. Whether or not Justin Bieber ever speaks publicly about what he saw, what he felt, or what he escaped, one thing is certain: he remembers. And so do we. Hear the next story? 1 minute ago, Diddy broke down in tears after Janet Jackson's accusation no denial. On day 31 of the federal trial investigating Sean Diddy, Combs, a gray envelope with no return address was submitted under seal. No media advisory, no legal representation. Only the initials JJ handwritten on the tab. Inside, a 5-page sworn statement by Janet Jackson accompanied by one attached exhibit. No legal countersign, no request for cross-examination. The court classified it as a voluntary submission connected to a pattern of alleged misconduct under federal review, ranging from coercion to abuse of influence and exploitative recruitment practices in the entertainment industry. The statement opened without a title. The first line read, "My brother tried to warn me, but I didn't understand what he meant." According to Jackson, the events began in the summer of 1998. She had spent several days at Neverland with Michael Jackson. Upon leaving, she discovered a handwritten note in her luggage. No envelope, no signature. It read, "Not every invitation is for you. Some parties aren't about music. Don't let them dress it up like it is. There are mentors who don't teach. There are circles you don't come back from." She dismissed it then. Years later, she received a vague invitation through a choreographer loosely affiliated with Diddy. He contacted her assistant with an offer an exclusive off-record gathering in Malibu on September 5th. Not just music, he said. Legacy makers, suspicious Janet requested details. The next day, a black envelope appeared under her driver's windshield wiper. No return address, no RSVP instructions. Inside, a white linen card bearing her full name. Below, "Welcome to the Circle. Malibu. September 5th, dress code black. Attendance is Legacy." She sensed something was wrong and called Michael. He didn't answer. His assistant returned the call an hour later. He said she shouldn't go, not Janet. Janet told no one. But the signals multiplied. A former backstage contact called, "Did you get a black envelope?" The woman warned, "They're scouting more girls, watching your showcases, asking about your dancers." According to Janet, a list began circulating. Informal, no agency logos, first names, dance styles, ages. Some had stars next to them. 3 were trainees from her own choreographers. Janet didn't respond. She didn't confirm or deny. Instead, she canceled her fall youth programs and mentoring plans, told her team she needed rest, but silence didn't shield her. Within a week, her TRL appearance was canceled with no notice. Brands suspended her partnerships. Her young dancers were approached. One offered a tour, one invited to a creative retreat, and one, barely 18, signed with a new, unfamiliar management team and went silent. Janet tried to reach out. One mother returned her call. "She's fine, just in a different zone now." Janet understood. It's not fame. It's disconnection, she said. Right before Michael's death, he called her. His voice was tired but urgent. He asked how she felt about the new crowd in the industry. She didn't follow. He clarified the ones who want to be in the room but never bring any music. Shortly after Cassie's case went public, Janet received another envelope, this time cream-colored. No stamp, not mailed. Left at her gate in Encino. Inside, a single sheet of thick paper. Typed in courier font, "You never built the stairs, but you stopped others from climbing them." On the back, a list of 12 names. First initials, last names. 2 stood out, one marked in red, one underlined. Hers was not on the list, but next to it in pencil. She blocked the door. It wasn't a threat, Janet wrote. It was a receipt, a confirmation. She closed the statement with, "I never said yes." But they didn't need me to agree. They needed me to appear. When I appear, hundreds believe it's safe to follow. I didn't agree. And now I speak clearly. They don't want my voice, they want my reach. According to internal sources, Janet's statement is the first submitted by a high-profile artist not under subpoena, not facing litigation, not paid. Voluntary, uncoerced, and direct. The dossier marks the beginning of a paper trail that could expose an entire system of silence and influence. Federal investigators began identifying what they now refer to as the Circle, a loosely defined but tightly controlled network embedded in the entertainment industry, allegedly orchestrated by high-level executives and long-standing power brokers. The Circle operated on silence, reputation, and selective recruitment. Internal FBI files include testimonies from former assistants, event staff, artist liaisons, and scouts. Their statements reference a sequence of invitation-only gatherings from 1998 to 2022. These gatherings, often disguised as creative retreats, legacy roundtables, or VIP think tanks, followed a recurring structure. Invitations were verbal or handwritten, never digital. Locations were private estates, yachts, or overseas villas. Attendees were a mix of established figures and young, unrepresented talent. No media, no formal agenda, no documentation. 7 of these events have been directly tied to Sean Combs and close collaborators. Locations included Calabasas, Miami, the Bahamas, and Provence. In several cases, local staff were required to sign non-disclosure agreements, and all communication was routed through third-party proxies. Handlers were sometimes flown in from outside the country. Transportation and lodging were prepaid in cash. Attendees were told the events were confidential and off industry grid. Former choreographers reported receiving vague requests from unnamed coordinators, any strong new girls, disciplined, coachable, not too visible yet. Several were offered flight stipends or endorsement deals in exchange for referrals. One recalled being handed an envelope with cash after declining. One was told, "Your name opens doors. We just need her in the room." One assistant stated they never asked if she was ready for the spotlight. Only if she was loyal, eager, and close to someone they already trusted. Cross-referencing Janet Jackson's affidavit, agents confirmed at least 4 overlapping names with prior witness submissions. 3 of those women attended Malibu or Calabasas events within months of being associated with Jackson's mentorship programs. None of the events were documented in their resumes or agency records. The Circle's structure, as mapped by investigators, appears to involve at least 3 tiers. 1. Mentors recognized artists or cultural icons with credibility. 2. Scouts intermediaries with access to fresh talent and minor influence. 3. Targets young women, often dancers or models, typically under 25. Mentors were often unaware of their indirect involvement, but their names, connections, and endorsement programs were repeatedly used to legitimize the invitations. In more than a dozen cases, young women described attending opportunities recommended by celebrities, only to discover those celebrities had no knowledge of the event. In one notable case, a mentorship campaign was announced via a media agency tied to Combs. 5 finalists were selected. Within 3 months, 4 were quietly signed to a boutique label owned by one of Combs's affiliates. The 5th was never located again in professional circles. Her last known Instagram post was a quote, "Not all doors lead out." A subpoenaed group chat log titled Attendees 59 Malibu showed a structured roster. Each name had status codes confirmed pending escort coach secured. Janet's name did not appear, but 3 of her former protégés did. Emails obtained from an ex-staff member detailed communications with phrases like exposure package, Circle access tier. 2. Legacy integration not press-facing. One line read, "Add the Jackson trainee. Her look fits the list." Investigators now believe that appearances of inclusion masked a deliberate system of grooming and access control. The Circle didn't promise success, it promised relevance contingent on silence. Testimony from a stylist described seeing young artists return from these events more reserved, less available, like they'd been through something but wouldn't talk. She added, "They never looked afraid, just disconnected." In multiple follow-ups, women who had been invited later declined to speak. Some changed numbers, some disappeared from public records. A few continued working under new management firms with unknown ownership. In at least 2 cases, families reported sudden career shifts and complete breaks from past mentors. One dancer, age 19, broke off all contact with her original mentor after accepting an invitation. Her last message, according to that mentor: "This is bigger than both of us. I'm safe." Another, 17 at the time, was reportedly seen boarding a private flight to an offshore retreat. Her mother attempted to file a missing person report, but was told her daughter had signed a legal consent agreement. Prosecutors emphasize that while criminal acts are under investigation, what stands out most is the infrastructure itself. How talent programs, industry access, and celebrity proximity were used as tools of selection. The circle was not about one man. It was about a mechanism, a layered system where prestige opened doors and trust ensured silence. Silence wasn't demanded. It was engineered. What investigators call the mechanism is not one organization, company, or contract. It's a culture built on implicit loyalty, unwritten rules, and reputational dependency. At its core, silence, consent by omission, and the protection of those with reach. Internal reports from the Department of Justice indicate that once individuals entered the circle, their silence was maintained not by coercion but by consequence. Saying nothing preserved access. Speaking out, even ambiguously, triggered disconnection. Those who spoke up lost endorsements, booking opportunities, media visibility, and most commonly, industry advocates. One emerging artist said, "You don't get blacklisted, you just stop getting calls." Another noted, "Suddenly people don't remember your name at check-in." The impact rippled. Several women described patterns that followed their refusals. Talent agents quietly removed them from active promotion. Dance managers redirected resources to more cooperative performers. Former collaborators grew distant without explanation. Documents obtained under subpoena revealed coded language in internal communications. Difficult alignment schedule doesn't match revisit next season. One phrase recurred across multiple firms, not optimal for legacy partnerships. In multiple testimonies, women described having received legal threats that were never formal lawsuits, NDAs with vague consequences, cease and desist letters without follow-up, or third-party calls advising them to let it go. The chilling effect extended beyond those directly involved. Mentors like Janet Jackson found their programs and protégés quietly sidelined. One former record label executive stated, "If you don't cooperate, the system doesn't attack you, it just forgets you exist." Michael Jackson's warnings now carry new weight. "Not everyone in the room is there for the music," he reportedly told Janet. "And some of them see us as keys, not voices." In 2023, following renewed legal pressure and media exposure, a few women chose to break silence publicly. Their testimonies were varied in detail, but consisted in tone, misplaced trust, subtle coercion, career repercussions. One woman, a former finalist in a televised talent show, described being flown to a retreat under the impression of artistic mentoring. She was 18. "Everything felt real until we got there," she said. "Then it felt like performance was secondary, like we'd already been cast for something else." The entertainment press, once dismissive or silent, has begun reevaluating. Several outlets reopened archived interview footage where survivors made veiled references to dark phases or off-grid collaborations. A culture of complicity is also under review. Former stylists, security personnel, and PR consultants now face subpoenas to explain what they saw, who gave instructions, and why no one intervened. One insider admitted they were told to focus on logistics, not ethics. Another confessed to shredding unsigned release forms the day after a retreat. Some have started cooperating. Others have disappeared. One former production assistant who provided internal documents was relocated for protection. She claimed in her deposition, "The worst part wasn't what I saw. It was that I was told it was normal. Forensic accountants are now tracing transactions between shell companies and creative firms." Subpoenas have uncovered payments routed through production stipends and consulting fees tied to events with no released footage or outcomes. One paper trail shows a $250 $1,000 transfer labeled Retreat Logistics linked to a private estate owned by an LLC tied to Combs' known affiliates. As of this writing, federal prosecutors have yet to announce formal charges related to trafficking or organized conspiracy. But insiders suggest the narrative is shifting from isolated misconduct to institutional concealment. Investigators are mapping a network of lawyers, advisors, and brand partners who may have sustained the structure knowingly or otherwise. The silence was not passive, said one DOJ investigator. It was structured, it was profitable, and it was protected. Meanwhile, the entertainment industry faces growing pressure. Nonprofits, journalists, and advocacy groups are calling for independent oversight over youth talent programs, especially those tied to private sponsors or celebrity foundations. Even as the formal system resists naming names, informal channels, whistleblower platforms, advocacy pages, and encrypted leaks are gaining traction. One former performer posted, "They used my name to lure others. Now I'm using my name to warn them." As the aftermath continues to unfold, the core remains access, silence, and complicity. What began as a sealed envelope in court is now unraveling into an indictment not just of individuals, but of a system. A system that thrived in whispers and contracts protected by glamour and muted by fear. The unraveling of the circle did not begin with arrests or headlines. It started with omissions, missed events, broken NDAs, whispers between assistants. Quiet fractures in the system slowly compounded into visible disruption. By mid-2023, at least 3 entertainment firms had cut ties with agencies named in whistleblower reports. These decisions were not explained publicly, but were preceded by private audits, internal memos, and legal consultations. In one instance, a foundation funding youth scholarships abruptly froze its operations after being linked to a mentorship program cited in 2 affidavits. Former insiders began breaking ranks. A veteran publicist anonymously submitted a 17-page statement describing how reputation management firms were hired not to defend truth but to strategically forget certain names. Her statement included schedules showing planned online distractions, a celebrity engagement, a release party timed to coincide with survivor disclosures. Meanwhile, legal firms traditionally used for contract negotiation found themselves under federal scrutiny. Emails recovered from one office revealed attorneys coaching clients on how to respond if off-site retreats were ever questioned. Sample responses included phrases like standard industry development and creative sabbaticals. The Department of Justice launched a joint inquiry with the IRS focusing on flows of untaxed funds through art foundations and media grants. Forensic analysts are investigating nearly 80 financial entities believed to act as shields for unregulated entertainment dealings. Preliminary findings show recurring names tied to donor funds, event catering, and silent partnerships. Janet Jackson's influence continued to ripple. Following her affidavit, at least 5 mentors from separate fields, modeling, choreography, voice coaching, submitted anonymous letters to the court. Though none mentioned the circle by name, each described patterns of pressure, reward, and silence. Media coverage began shifting tone. Instead of asking why victims took years to speak, commentators questioned why so many institutions remained quiet. A former editor admitted on air, "We didn't investigate earlier because we didn't want to lose access." Full stop. Corporate brands previously partnered with Combs and related figures initiated soft withdrawals. Public statements framed the moves as strategic pivots or brand realignment, but internal correspondence suggests reputational damage control was the priority. One beverage company removed campaign footage after receiving a flag complaint from a former performer. The footage showed her in a behind-the-scenes segment at a retreat location now under investigation. As institutional backing began to falter, survivor-led networks expanded. Online forums secured Dropboxes, encrypted helplines, platforms once used to coordinate schedules and auditions were repurposed as repositories of testimony. One portal, Studio Voices, saw over 300 submissions within 72 hours. Patterns emerged across testimonies, invitations framed as career milestones, handlers who doubled as monitors, social isolation during events, and industry figures who appeared only during introductions, never during actual workshops or performances. What surprised investigators wasn't the existence of abuse, but the sophistication of containment. For every event, there was a protocol for arrival, engagement, silence, and exit. Survivors described identical briefing phrases: "You've earned this," "Keep it discreet, your future starts here." Behind the system stood entities once considered untouchable, global brands, elite schools, industry guilds. They weren't all perpetrators, but many acted as bridges unwittingly or not lending legitimacy. The case was no longer about one artist. It was about institutional inertia, how power structures protected themselves even when doing so risked lives and careers. The collapse didn't come from a single source. It was layered legal subpoenas, activist pressure, donor pullouts, media reversals, and above all, testimony. Every name spoken aloud chipped away at the structure. Federal prosecutors are now finalizing recommendations for a multi-tier investigation. Expected charges include obstruction, financial fraud, coercive trafficking, and conspiracy. One official confirmed we're not just looking at the invitations anymore. We're looking at the ledger. What remains is a fractured industry scrambling to redefine its image. Trust, once traded freely, is now guarded. Institutions are rewriting codes of conduct. Producers are mandating background checks. But for many survivors, reform is not enough. We don't want better rules, one said. We want to know why the old ones were ignored. For every woman who came forward, dozens did not. Federal investigators estimate over 60 individuals received invitations linked to events now under scrutiny, yet fewer than 20 provided testimony. Of those, less than half agreed to attach their names. The reasons for silence vary: fear of career retaliation, active NDAs, mental trauma, or simply a desire to move on. One sealed affidavit reads, "Speaking now won't undo what happened, but it might stop someone else from going through it." Legal documents list participants by aliases: performer A, finalist B, dancer 12. Though anonymized, the patterns echo VIP retreats, off-record mentorship, silent departures. A senior DOJ official summarized, "You don't need full names to see the system. The structure speaks for itself." After Janet Jackson's court statement, survivor engagement rose sharply. Multiple witnesses previously unresponsive began cooperating. One said she was the first person we respected who didn't disappear. She told the truth, and it opened the floodgates. In January 2024, a widely shared op-ed titled "I Was a Guest, Not a Voice" described a mentorship summit that devolved into control, surveillance, and coercion. It wasn't just the content, it was the timing. There were no auditions, no evaluations, just rooms, handlers, and rules. The piece prompted a new wave of contact. Nonprofit survivor lines tripled in traffic. Submissions to federal portals increased. Several names, including intermediaries previously unidentified, surfaced repeatedly. Their roles range from logistics to silent coordination. Among recurring phrases in survivor reports, they watched who we talked to. We were told to stay in assigned groups, no phones, only speak when asked. In one account, a 19-year-old dancer described a party where music was background noise. It wasn't about celebration. It was about who watched who. Many former attendees now express guilt for their past silence. A vocal coach cooperating with authorities shared, "I thought if I kept my head down it would pass. But all that happened is I let more kids walk into the same trap." The DOJ responded with outreach, avoiding subpoenas where possible. Instead, they provided mental health advocates, private counsel, and secure briefings. In March 2024, they launched the Artists in Witness program, trauma-informed legal protection for witnesses in entertainment-related cases. Still, many remain unwilling. One prominent choreographer told federal agents she couldn't come forward until a top client's endorsement deal concluded. "If I speak, it's not just my reputation. It's payroll, too." Another cited safety concerns after an anonymous warning appeared taped to her windshield. Meanwhile, responses from celebrities tied to the disputed events range from vague to deflective. One actor who attended 3 such retreats stated, "If something happened, I wasn't aware." Critics point to such statements as evidence of passive complicity. "They knew enough to stay vague," said one survivor. "That means they knew something." Institutional responses lag behind. Some agencies have begun re-evaluating off-grid mentorship models. A union-backed committee is drafting ethical standards for non-broadcast talent events. But many survivors argue real reform requires more than policy. "They have to admit this was never just a few bad nights," said one woman. "It was a business model built on silence." Testimonies also highlight a troubling use of influence-known celebrities, indirectly legitimizing predatory access. "My name was on the flyer," one mentor said. "But I never got a call, never confirmed anything. They just used me as bait." In private chat logs obtained via subpoena, one coordinator told a partner, "We got a Jackson girl." That opens doors. Such references were not isolated. Reputational borrowing was embedded into the recruitment strategy. For many, the reckoning is not about justice, it's about interruption. I'm not trying to fix it, one ex-dancer said. I'm trying to slow it down. So maybe one less girl walks into it. Cultural shifts are already taking root. Performers are organizing outside traditional agencies. Informal networks track suspicious events. Whisper networks once used to find auditions are being repurposed to avoid them. Some survivors have built new platforms. Others have quietly exited the industry. One wrote in a final post, "I didn't leave the stage. I left the trap door behind it." As part 5 closes, the question is no longer who knew, but who stayed silent and why. What follows in part 6 is the institutional reckoning, the slow road to reform, and the unfinished ledger of accountability. The system that protected abusers for decades is finally cracking. But accountability, survivors say, is only the beginning. In the wake of expanded federal investigations, 3 major talent agencies have suspended recruitment programs. 2 high-profile producers have stepped down from leadership roles. 1 private label dissolved entirely after leaked internal documents revealed patterns of enabling misconduct. 8 corporate partners severed ties with figures under inquiry. 7 foundation grants were revoked. The ripple effects reached film festivals, television casting boards, and brand endorsement deals. A task force of federal prosecutors, financial auditors, and victim advocates is finalizing a multi-tiered case. Charges are expected to range from coercion and wire fraud to trafficking and conspiracy. This isn't just one bad actor, said a DOJ official. It's a network sustained by silence and profit. Parallel investigations are underway in 3 states. In California, where many events occurred, a grand jury has been convened. In New York, financial probes are tracking campaign donations and luxury venue sponsorships tied to mentorship events. In Nevada, law enforcement is reviewing footage from private estates and closed retreats. The entertainment industry, long reliant on informal gatekeeping, is undergoing a forced recalibration. For years, invitations, mentorships, and retreats were the currency of upward mobility. Now they are evidence. Booking agents are vetting partners. PR firms are revising risk policies. Former insiders are being quietly debriefed. Industry unions are drafting new standards. All off-site talent development events must be registered, audited, and filmed. Third-party observers are to be included in all youth mentorship programs. A proposal to create a national database of vetted mentorship hosts is gaining support. The goal is transparency. Survivors call it overdue. Advocacy groups are pushing for federal legislation modeled after labor protections. The proposed Talent Equity Act would mandate background checks, create whistleblower protections, and require all talent-based organizations to report retreat locations, schedules, and staffing rosters. Streaming platforms have begun scrubbing problematic credits. Music award shows are facing pressure to remove honorees under active investigation. One executive told Press anonymously, "There's no PR strategy for this level of exposure. You either admit what happened or get exposed later." For survivors, justice is personal, but most agree closure isn't the goal. Disruption is. "We don't want apologies," one woman said. "We want this never to happen again." Some have turned to activism. Former dancers now host trauma recovery workshops. Ex-performers have become advocates, pushing for industry regulation and federal oversight. Others have left show business entirely. One woman, whose testimony helped open the investigation, now teaches self-defense to aspiring artists. "I'm not bitter," she said, "but I won't let the next generation walk into silence." Digital platforms once used to scout talent are also being repurposed. Encrypted forums now serve as survivor networks. Shared blacklist legal resources and wellness referrals are circulated quietly among insiders. Several whistleblowers are in protective relocation programs. At least 2 have left the country. One filed a civil suit against a former employer alleging retaliation. Another released a private memoir under a pseudonym. "They sold opportunity," she wrote, "but what they delivered was silence packaged as privilege." The industry's future now hinges on whether it can meaningfully change its infrastructure. A well-known studio has suspended all external mentorships. A talent agency cut 11 employees following internal reviews. A legal firm is facing investigation for its role in drafting NDAs that deterred whistleblowing. The psychological toll remains high. Multiple survivors report PTSD, career detachment, and burnout. Mental health nonprofits have expanded services. Industry therapists are working pro bono. Support groups have formed under closed memberships. Yet, amidst the fallout, a new ethos is taking root: informed consent, transparency agency. Young artists are demanding contracts with safety clauses. Parents of teen performers are hiring private investigators to vet events. Brands are consulting survivor-led committees before signing endorsements. This isn't just a change in policy, it's a shift in power. And survivors are reclaiming narrative space. They're rewriting what it means to be protected in the industry. They are no longer waiting for someone to speak, they are the ones speaking. In a closing court memorandum filed May 2025, one survivor wrote, "I never signed up to be a witness, but when the door opened, I chose not to turn away. Because silence is how this began, and I refuse to let it end the same way." As the investigation enters its final phase, institutions face a question once asked only in whispers: what will they do when the silence breaks? This case was never just about Diddy, it's about a structure, a culture, and a choice to speak, to act, and to protect those coming next. Hear the next story. Nobody knows. Karoline Leavitt. Silence Diddy on live TV. Viewers exult. The lights were low, the bass-heavy track thumping through the studio like a war drum. Welcome to Diddy After Dark, a talk show known less for its insight and more for its spectacle. The walls shimmered with LED panels, purple and gold, like royalty on steroids. Smoke hissed from the stage corners as the crowd roared phones aloft. And tonight was special. Karoline Leavitt, one of the youngest rising figures in American politics, stepped onto the set with heels clicking and eyes forward. She was here to talk about education reform, youth engagement, and the policies that would shape the next generation. But that's not what Diddy After Dark wanted. Across from her in a throne-like velvet chair, Sean Diddy Combs leaned back with a smirk that had sunk 1,000 reputations. He wasn't just a music mogul tonight. He was the master of ceremonies, the trapdoor beneath any guest unwise enough to believe they were in control. The crowd was electric hyped and humming with anticipation. Everyone expected sparks. They got fire. Karoline Diddy started grinning like a lion, sizing up dinner. First off, you look sharp. But I gotta ask, what's a young conservative doing in a place like this? A few audience members laughed. The subtext wasn't subtle. Karoline smiled politely. I go where the people are, Sean. Politics shouldn't be locked behind closed doors or limited to cable news panels. It should be here too. Claps. Muted but genuine. Diddy raised an eyebrow. Cool, he said, then shifted. But let's get real. You're here talking about policy, but the word out there, people say your views are outdated. Anti-art. Anti-expression. What do you say to that? The smile on Karoline's lips didn't flinch. Art is essential, but so is structure. A society without moral guardrails isn't edgy, it's chaotic. Oohs from the crowd. Diddy chuckled. Sounds like censorship to me. Sounds like accountability to me. The tension sharpened. Diddy leaned forward, now abandoning the faux chill. You ever think maybe politics shouldn't tell artists how to feel or what's appropriate? You ever think your side's just scared of voices that challenge the norm? Karoline shifted in her seat. I don't fear challenges, Sean. I fear a culture that's forgotten how to have standards. It wasn't shouted. It didn't need to be. The line dropped like a bomb. The audience stirred, some clapped, others booed. Diddy saw his opening. So you'd ban music like mine, did I say that feels like it? Karoline sat taller. I'm not here to feel. I'm here to think, to debate, not to throw shade or take shots. Diddy laughed loud and theatrical. Girl, you walked into Diddy After Dark. Shade is part of the lights. The crowd erupted. It was a line rehearsed for television, not truth. Then came the pivot, the ambush. You talk about values, but how do you justify backing people who tear others down in the name of the tradition? How do you, Karoline Leavitt, reconcile calling for unity while working for politicians who divide? Karoline blinked. A pause. Then unity doesn't mean silence, it means engaging. And yes, I've worked with controversial figures, but I also speak for myself. You invited me, not a party platform. Well said, Diddy nodded, almost impressed. But here's what bugs me. You come into my house talking about structure order control. But isn't control what we've been fighting against since the first beat dropped? Karoline inhaled. No. What you've fought against is being silenced. And I respect that. But there's a difference between silencing and disagreeing. I'm not here to shut you down. I'm here to stand up. And she did. Literally. The crowd froze. Diddy raised both eyebrows. You gonna preach now? He smirked. No. I'm gonna set the record straight. Carolina looked out at the crowd. I came here to talk about policy. You turned it personal. You attacked my character, my motives, and my generation's place in the future. So here's my truth. I'm not anti-art. I'm anti-apathy. I don't hate your voice. I hate when voices like yours are used to crush conversation instead of creating it. Diddy's grin wavered. The crowd murmured. She continued, voice steady. This isn't about left or right. It's about up or down. Rising above cheap shots, personal attacks, and celebrity sanctuaries that confuse mockery for moral clarity. Diddy looked toward the control booth. The cameras were still rolling. Karoline took a breath. I came here with respect. I'll leave with it too. But don't confuse calm with weakness, or values with fear. With that, she unhooked her mic and placed it on the table. No yelling, no slamming, just silence. And then applause. Not wild. Not unanimous, but real. She turned and walked off stage, and Diddy After Dark would never feel quite the same again. Karoline Leavitt stood at the edge of the stage, her heels rooted posture, tall eyes locked onto Sean Diddy Combs. The crowd moments ago, bubbling with polite laughter and anticipation, now froze as the atmosphere shifted. She hadn't raised her voice. She hadn't thrown insults. But her tone, that fierce, composed edge, silenced the room like a slamming gavel. Diddy reclined behind his show desk, flashed a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Karoline, you came on this show to connect, right? To talk to people. You can't act like some tough guy when the spotlight hits. Her response was a slow step forward. No, Sean. I came here to discuss policy, leadership, and the future, not to be mocked for having a vision. He waved her off casually. You're taking it too personally. I just said your campaign felt performative. Too polished. Like a role, not a real person. Then let me be perfectly clear, she said, voice unwavering. I'm not an actress. I'm not here for show business. I'm here because I believe in something. And just because I'm young, female, and unapologetically conservative doesn't give you license to turn me into late-night content. The audience murmured. Diddy leaned in. Come on, Karoline. This isn't Congress. It's TV. You know what people tune in for? Drama, humor, realness. Karoline blinked slowly. Then maybe your show should find someone else to humiliate, because I'm not playing along. Behind the cameras, his producer gave the go to commercial gesture. Diddy waved it off. No, this is real. This is good. Karoline didn't flinch. What's good, Sean? That you're using your platform to question a woman's seriousness because you don't agree with her politics. He shrugged, mock innocent. I'm just saying your background in media relations, not legislation. Maybe you should stay in your lane before lecturing the country on governance. The insult lingered. She took another step closer. Let me ask you something, she said coolly. How many artists have you shut down when they talked politics from your couch? How many actors, rappers, influencers have you indulged while they shared every unverified opinion under the sun? But I, a former White House staffer, a congressional candidate, make you uncomfortable? He opened his mouth to retort, but she didn't let him. No, what makes you uncomfortable is that I'm not bending to your format, that I'm calling out the exact manipulation you built your reputation on, grinning, poking, waiting for the explosion so your audience can tweet about the train wreck. The studio was dead silent now. Even the band looked unsure. Karoline continued, you don't want the truth, you want spectacle. But here's the truth you weren't ready for, you are the spectacle. You, Sean, are a media manipulator with a script in one hand and a smirk in the other. Diddy's face twitched. Now that's just wrong, she cut in. Mean, unfair. Welcome to the experience of every conservative who's ever sat in that chair. The audience stirred. Some clapped. Others sat frozen, unsure of the new script. She straightened. I knew what I was walking into tonight. I knew this wasn't going to be an honest conversation, but what I didn't expect was the level of disrespect masked as casual banter. He leaned back, arms crossed, smile gone. Let me ask you something, Karoline. You think people are tuning in to hear you preach this is entertainment. That's the game. Don't like it. Don't play. She stepped fully into frame, now center stage. I didn't come to play, I came to lead. But you've made an empire playing with people's lives. You sit there every night and mock values you don't understand, ridicule beliefs you don't share, and act like it's all harmless fun. Another pause, another silence. Then she added, it's not fun when the stakes are real, when public trust is eroding, when truth is a punchline. Diddy sighed heavily. Look, we can cut this part, reset, talk about your platform, do it your way. Karoline shook her head. No resets, no edits. You wanted authenticity, here it is. She turned toward the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a meltdown, this is a wake-up call. For too long, figures like Sean here have used humor as a shield against accountability. But accountability is coming. Cameras caught the shift. Her hands weren't trembling. Her jaw wasn't clenched. She looked resolved. The youth in America, she continued, deserve better than mockery. They deserve voices who will stand up even in hostile rooms and speak plainly. Diddy tried one last angle. You know how this ends, right? They'll call you dramatic, overreacting, emotional. She turned back. Let them. History isn't made by the people who stayed quiet to look polite. He leaned forward softer now. You know you're braver than most, even if I don't agree with you. She nodded, finally letting the moment cool. I don't need agreement. I need respect. And if that's too much to ask on a national stage, then maybe we've already lost more than we realize. There it was, a flicker of something real, maybe even regret. As the commercial finally rolled and the studio lights dimmed, the internet was already exploding. Karoline Leavitt's Diddy trended within minutes. Commentators on both sides scrambled to frame what they had just witnessed. Some called it a breakdown, others a breakthrough. But for Karoline Leavitt, it was just another debate and another reminder that the biggest battles are often fought with microphones, not megaphones. The next morning, America woke up to a digital explosion. Screens everywhere, from phones on subway commutes to TVs in morning newsrooms, were lit with fragments of Karoline's confrontation on Diddy After Dark. TikTok edits with bold captions, Twitter threads dissecting each line, Instagram Reels slowed to emphasize every micro-expression. Headlines screamed from both camps, Leavitt lashes out culture, war erupts on live TV, Karoline claps, back youth politician dismantles Diddy's gotcha TV when the culture war hit. Prime time, but underneath the noise was a question no one could ignore. Who really won? CNN aired a 6-minute segment titled The Collapse of Civil Discourse, showing Karoline's speech in full, followed by a panel split straight down the ideological middle. One guest called her a rising icon of reason. Another called her performative and calculated. On Fox News, she was a hero. Clips ran on loop her call for accountability, her takedown of celebrity sanctuaries, her refusal to bend. Sean Hannity called her the next star of the Republican Party. MSNBC dissected her language, calling it coded, rehearsed, and cloaked in rhetorical martyrdom. But it wasn't just media insiders who were talking. High schoolers posted reaction videos. University students debated in campus forums. Political TikTok lit up. On Reddit, entire subthreads emerged titled things like Karoline was right and Diddy got what he wanted ratings. The culture war hadn't just touched late night, it had ignited it. Meanwhile, Karoline sat quietly in a modest hotel room in D.C., her phone on mute, her inbox flooding. Her campaign manager, Ellie, paced the room. You broke the internet. We're up 17,000 new subscribers in 10 hours. But it's not all love. Some donors are nervous. Some are thrilled. Karoline didn't blink. Let them be nervous. If they weren't safe, they backed the wrong person. Ellie paused. We need to talk about security. Death threats are already coming in. Karoline finally looked up. That didn't take long. Back at Diddy's production office, the mood was tense. Interns ran transcripts. Producers huddled in corners. PR emails pinged with every passing second. Diddy sat in silence, watching the full episode on a monitor. No music, no edits, just the raw exchange. When it ended, he sighed. That girl came to fight, he muttered. His chief producer, a wiry man named Kenny, said, We need to get ahead of this. Either apologize or double down. Diddy rubbed his temples. I don't apologize for making people uncomfortable. That's the point. But I didn't expect her to fire back like that. Kenny offered do a follow-up. Invite her back. She won't come, Diddy said flatly. Not unless I'm the one in the hot seat. Karoline's second act came sooner than anyone thought. That evening, she posted a direct-to-camera statement, a single frame, no makeup team, no teleprompter. Last night, I walked into a room knowing I wasn't welcome. I left that room stronger than when I entered it. I believe in showing up where you're expected to be silent. And I believe we must hold the media to account left or right. It was short, sincerely and brutal in its clarity. Within hours, it outperformed every campaign video she'd ever made. Late-night hosts weighed in. Stephen Colbert joked that Karoline went full Braveheart on Diddy's turf. Bill Maher asked his panel, since when did young conservatives get better at owning the mic than rappers? The culture war was no longer theoretical. It was televised. Back in her campaign headquarters, Ellie laid down new plans. We need to capitalize. You're on fire. But we have to decide if we lean in or pivot. Karoline, still calm, responded, we don't pivot. We lead. Let everyone else react. Then she paused. Book me on The View. Ellie blinked. Are you serious? Absolutely. Meanwhile, Diddy dropped a cryptic Instagram post. Sometimes you think you're hosting the show, then someone else walks in and flips the script. Stay tuned. Some called it ominous, others an olive branch. No one knew for sure. But Karoline did. She responded in a tweet, I don't flip scripts. I will write about them. The tweet racked up 2 million views in under an hour. Journalists began to frame the moment as something beyond partisanship. It was gender, youth, power, and resistance live unfiltered. One op-ed in The Atlantic read, what we saw between Karoline and Diddy wasn't just a culture clash, it was a generational reckoning. And it was long overdue. Karoline didn't respond to that one. She didn't need to. The country was already listening. And as the sun set on day 2 of the fallout, one truth was clear. Neither Karoline nor Diddy would ever be seen the same way again. In the days following the viral explosion, the story didn't fade, it evolved. Cable news cycled the footage on repeat, each network painting their version of events. Talk radio hosts took sides, some calling Karoline a patriot, others branding her a provocateur. Meme pages added her face next to historical rebels and revolutionaries, while detractors posted parodies comparing her speech to high school debate club dramatics. Karoline stayed quiet, not because she lacked a response, but because she understood the power of silence in a media storm. Instead, her team moved behind the scenes, using the moment to recalibrate. We need allies, Ellie said, seated across from her in their New Hampshire headquarters. We have supporters. No, we need allies who can amplify this into policy talk. Senators, media, influencers, even 1 or 2 progressives with common ground. If this is only about culture, it dies in the comment section. Karoline nodded. Start with Senator Ruiz. He hates media ambushes. And Bookman from The Independent. He's been burned by late night too. As Ellie worked the phones, Karoline prepared for her next appearance. This one wouldn't be reactive. This time she would take the stage first. Meanwhile in LA, Diddy met privately with 2 of his longtime publicists. I don't regret it, he said, but I underestimated her. You're bleeding credibility with parts of your base one warned, especially younger viewers. They're not used to seeing you caught flat-footed. And the older crowd, they're torn. Some loved the fire, others thought it was arrogant. Diddy exhaled, watching a muted segment of his own show on screen. Karoline's final words echoed in his mind. I don't hate your voice. I hate when voices like yours are used to crush conversation instead of creating it. She came here prepared to lose, he muttered, which is why she didn't. By week's end, Karoline announced a live-stream town hall titled Truth in the Crossfire: Politics and Media Accountability. No teleprompters, no moderators, just her a room full of citizens and open questions. It was raw, tense, and authentic. One audience member asked point-blank, if you had the power to cancel Diddy, would you? Her answer, cancel culture is lazy power. I don't want Diddy silenced. I want him sharpened. It trended for 2 straight days. Inside Diddy's circle, new plans emerged. Kenny, his producer, pitched a special episode, an unmoderated hour-long conversation between Karoline and Diddy, aired live, no edits. "You're nuts," Diddy said. "I'm serious. You both went viral for a fight." "What if you went viral for showing people how to disagree without destruction?" Diddy leaned back, thoughtful. "That would mean giving her the same power I use to own the room." "That's the point." Kenny grinned. "You both own the room. Together, it becomes a bigger room." Diddy didn't answer, but he didn't say no. Karoline's campaign numbers spiked, not just in dollars, but in demographics. Independent voters, young men, even a measurable bump among urban Gen Z voters who admired her hold the line clarity. But with popularity came pressure. Internal party figures called Ellie, asking her to temper the rhetoric, steer Karoline back toward the base, avoid further TV confrontations. Ellie relayed the message. Karoline listened, then in a quiet tone said, "Tell them I didn't rise in their ranks." "I rose in spite of them." Sunday came with surprise news. The View confirmed Karoline would appear on Monday's broadcast. The internet buzzed. A conservative woman fresh off a viral showdown walking into daytime's most progressive table, it was the media equivalent of jumping into shark-infested water to prove you could swim. Diddy texted her directly for the first time, "I hear you're doing The View." "No audience mics. Make them work harder." "Respect." She replied with one word, "always." Monday morning. Karoline walked onto the View set in a calm navy dress, her notes tucked away. She smiled, shook hands, and sat. For 10 minutes, it was polite, controlled. Then it escalated. "You talk about respect," Joy Behar said, "but your tone on Diddy's show didn't sound respectful. It sounded like a scolding." Karoline answered, "You can't tell people when to be quiet and how to speak when they refuse." Whoopi interjected, "But don't you think walking off made you look dramatic?" Karoline leaned forward. "Dramatic is yelling. Dramatic is performance. I stood, I spoke, I left. That's clarity, not chaos." The audience clapped. Not all, but enough. After the segment, as Karoline exited, she was met by two producers. "You shook the table again," one said. "People respect that." She thanked them, politely. As she walked through the backstage hallway, her phone buzzed with a calendar notification. New event, one-on-one, Karoline and Diddy, live unfiltered. She stopped walking. Ellie stepped in beside her. "Do we say yes?" Karoline stared at the screen for a moment, then replied, "We say one mic, no scripts." By the end of the day, the official announcement dropped. Karoline and Diddy live a national conversation about power politics and public discourse. Next Thursday, live streamed, no interruptions, no edits, social media lit up. For the first time, both sides weren't preparing for war, they were preparing to listen. And if they held that line, if Karoline and Diddy truly followed through, America might just witness a rare thing. Two powerful voices at odds choosing dialogue over dominance. But nothing was guaranteed. Because in today's culture, war, even peace, is political. The countdown clock ticked down to 0. Across America, living rooms, college lounges, and newsrooms were tuned into the same feed. Not since the Kennedy-Nixon debates had a political event cut through so many demographics at once. YouTube, cable, Twitter livestream, Facebook watch, even TikTok hosted highlights in real time. The screen flickered. 2 chairs, 1 camera, no moderator. Just Karoline and Diddy. The lights came up. Karoline wore a slate gray blazer, minimal jewelry, her expression calm but alert. Diddy, dressed in black with a subtle gold chain, nodded as she turned to face him. They didn't shake hands, not out of animosity, but because the space between them was already electric. "Welcome, everyone," Karoline began. "Let's skip introductions. We've both said enough on other people's platforms. Tonight is ours." Diddy raised an eyebrow. Agreed. A quiet moment passed. Then he said, "You came on my show. You knew I'd push buttons, but you didn't just push back. You flipped the table." Karoline didn't blink, because the table wasn't level to begin with. Diddy nodded, almost approving. "Fair. But let's unpack something. When you say I ambushed you, what exactly did I say that was so out of line?" Karoline replied. "It wasn't what you said. It was how you framed it. You implied that my work, my values, and my campaign were entertainment fodder. that it was okay to joke about them because I was in your space. That space is built for challenge, Diddy countered. Every guest gets grilled. Every guest doesn't get cornered, she said, or questioned about their legitimacy. Would you have asked a Democratic rising star if their policy work was just rehearsed lines? Diddy paused. Maybe not. But I've gone hard on everyone, Trump, Kanye, Pelosi, Elon. You knew that. I knew that, Karoline said. What I didn't expect was for you to see me only as a symbol to mock, not a peer to engage with. The room grew quiet. Diddy leaned back. So let's engage. What do you really stand for? Karoline met his gaze. Freedom, accountability, reform, and a culture that doesn't treat people like content. You think I treat people like content, I think you have. Because content gets clicks. People need space to speak. He scratched his chin. So what would you have done in my chair? I would have asked about impact, she said. About ideas, not rumors, not tone policing, but what I believed and how I planned to act. So ask me now, he said. She tilted her head. Okay. Why do you think entertainment figures should lead political thought? Diddy grinned. Because they already do. Music, film, sports. These are cultural pressure points, and politics is downstream from culture. Then what responsibility do you bear when you joke about serious policy issues? He sobered. A lot more than I used to think. The chat stream below the broadcast surged with activity. Some were shocked, others were impressed. The tone wasn't combative, it was reflective. Two combatants were becoming conversationalists. I don't hate your show, Sean Karoline said, but I hate what it sometimes chooses to be. And I don't hate your politics, Diddy replied. I hate how they sometimes ignore people like me. Karoline nodded. Then let's talk about that. What's being ignored? Systemic imbalance. Policing, education access, generational wealth gaps. And do you believe my generation is blind to that? I think parts of it are too focused on canceling culture to see the roots of what needs healing. Karoline countered, and I think parts of yours mistake volume for value. Diddy laughed. Okay, that's good. The moment eased. Then came a sudden shift. Diddy said, let me ask you this. What scares you? Karoline blinked. You mean personally? Yeah. Not politically. Personally. She paused. Becoming what I stood against, she said. Trading authenticity for applause. Getting comfortable with power. Diddy's tone softened. I respect that. What scares you? She asked. Being irrelevant, losing the edge, becoming a parody of myself. Silence again. Karoline folded her hands. Then maybe we're not so different. Maybe not. 40 minutes in the broadcast had pulled record-breaking numbers. More than most cable shows that night. More than any of Diddy's solo episodes in a year. Ellie, watching from offsite, was floored. She's not just holding her own. She's steering this. Diddy's team whispered behind cameras. Kenny mouthed, let it roll. On screen, Diddy leaned in. You know there's a world where we could co-host. Real talk. Opposing views, same table. Karoline raised a brow. Would you give me your chair? He laughed. I'd share it, if you can handle the heat. I brought my own fire, she said. The final segment came with closing remarks. Karoline looked into the lens. We've turned politics into combat. We've turned disagreement into entertainment. I don't want to win arguments. I want to win back trust. Diddy followed. We need space where ideas don't mean enemies. This might be a start. They stood. This time they shook hands. The camera faded to black. Within minutes, one mic trended globally. Analysts scrambled. Newsrooms clipped highlights. Both campaigns got calls from outlets that had ignored them weeks earlier. But most importantly, two Americans with wildly different ideologies had managed to create something rare. A space where conviction didn't crush conversation. A table that for once wasn't tilted. And an audience that chose to stay not for scandal, but for substance. In the days that followed, the dust didn't settle, it expanded. Clips of Karoline and Diddy's conversation flooded every algorithm. Teachers shared it with students. Podcasts broke it down line by line. Even international media picked it up, calling it a rare American moment of civil dialogue. But behind the applause, new tensions rose. Karoline's numbers surged. Overnight, she gained 200,000 followers across platforms and a flood of small dollar donations. Her team scrambled to convert attention into infrastructure. Offices opened in swing states. Interviews rolled in. But not everyone was pleased. Inside party circles, old guards grumbled. Too young, too loud, too independent. Donors whispered about discipline and message control. Karoline knew this game. If I have to choose between their comfort and the country's conscience, she told Ellie, I choose the latter. Every time. Diddy, too, faced a reckoning. Some longtime fans accused him of softening, others praised him for evolving, and somewhere in the middle, his brand underwent transformation. One of his producers said, at best you didn't lose the fight. You changed the format. He leaned into it. A new segment was born, One Mic Weekly, where opposing guests sat without a host. Just conversation, it drew millions. But not all ripple effects were televised. College campuses launched initiatives inspired by the event Open Dialogue Forum's One Mic Nights, where students of differing views discussed instead of debated. A high school civics teacher wrote Karoline a letter, My students think differently now. They believe politics doesn't have to be a shouting match. Thank you. She framed it. Still backlash brewed. Commentators on both extremes claimed betrayal. Too friendly, too polished, not enough fire. Karoline answered none of them. Her statement was brief. I don't speak to echo chambers. I speak to America. As months passed, the cultural impact became clear. Universities invited both Karoline and Diddy to speak. Think pieces called their exchange a blueprint for post-polarization politics. In polling data, one shift stood out: trust in young leaders rose sharply among independents and first-time voters. One campaign strategist whispered what others feared. She's not just a flash. She's the future. In a quiet moment alone, Karoline stood outside a small-town auditorium after a town hall. A local reporter approached. What's next? He asked. She looked at the stars, then back at the crowd still dispersing. Not the next debate, she said. The next conversation. And after that, the next one. He smiled. One mic, she nodded. Always one mic. Hear the next story. 1 minute ago, Diddy appears in court with signs of mental instability. Expose Jay-Z for leniency. Trigger warning. This content includes discussions of psychological manipulation, sexual abuse, and disturbing testimony. It was day 13 of the federal sex trafficking trial against music mogul Sean Diddy Combs, and the courtroom was packed. Journalists, legal analysts, and the public strained to hear every word of what was already being called the most explosive day yet. All eyes were on one woman, Mia, a former assistant of Diddy's, who had returned to the stand with a demeanor both fragile and firm. Mia's voice didn't tremble when she began. I didn't love him. I just wanted to survive. She said, eyes steady on the jury. The courtroom fell silent. What followed was a stunning account of emotional manipulation, professional entrapment, and a culture of control. Her testimony began with a detail that sent shockwaves. Mia had been given Depo-Provera shots and injectable contraceptive repeatedly and without proper medical oversight while employed under Diddy. According to her, it wasn't a choice. It was mandated. He told me, this is for everyone's safety. We can't have accidents. And a nurse came to the house. I didn't get to ask questions. The jury collectively flinched. In the wake of that revelation, prosecutors laid out medical records linking Mia's Depo-Provera injections to later neurological diagnoses. A leading neurologist confirmed Mia's diagnosis with a meningioma, an often slow-growing tumor of the brain or spinal cord lining commonly associated with prolonged hormonal interference. But Mia wasn't seeking just damages. She was after something deeper: justice and acknowledgement. Her story continued through sobs and sharp clarity. She recounted years of psychological wear-down, months without adequate rest, sudden firings over minor slip-ups, and assignments that often blurred the line between assistant and servant. One particular flashpoint gripped the courtroom. New Year's Eve 2010, a yacht in St. Bart's. Mia was summoned to count cash stacks in Diddy's room. I was exhausted. The stylist had left, so I was also laying out his workout clothes. Then he screamed at me for counting too slow. He shouted, "You better learn to walk on water like Jesus did, bitch." She ran from the room. She hid in the crew quarters, crying and pleading with the yacht crew to take her to shore. A storm made it impossible. Kim Porter, Diddy's partner, found her later and offered comfort. Mia was eventually ferried to shore, but the reprieve didn't last. Diddy ordered her back. "We're flying to Vegas, just the two of us," he told her on the walkie-talkie. Mia's voice trembled now. He fabricated a story to another staffer about what happened on that yacht. When I tried to correct him, he yelled at me, "Shut the fuck up." By this point, many in the courtroom were visibly shaken. The prosecution then unveiled a slew of digital evidence. Emails, WhatsApp messages, and text logs showed Mia repeatedly begging for boundaries, requests ignored or twisted into further manipulation. Then came the Instagram posts. Diddy's defense lawyer launched a brutal cross-examination. He projected birthday tributes Mia had posted over the years, posts calling Diddy her mentor, brother, even best friend. "Why post about your rapist?" he demanded. Mia stared back. "Because I wanted to survive. I was scared. I thought he would ruin me." The tension thickened. The defense continued, showing a scrapbook Mia had made for Diddy's 45th birthday, full of clippings, handwritten notes, and the line, "I love you forever and ever, Mia." "Why make this if he abused you?" the lawyer pressed. Mia's reply was chilling. "That's what psychological abuse looks like. It's survival dressed up as loyalty." And with that, the gallery sat frozen. This wasn't just about fame or a scandalous affair. This was about power and what it does to the powerless. As court adjourned for the day, whispers filled the halls. Reporters raced to publish headlines. Legal analysts debated strategy. But one thing was clear: Mia had just turned the tide. Her voice, once buried beneath NDAs and curated Instagram aesthetics, had broken through, and tomorrow the storm would only grow stronger. Day 13 of the Diddy trial began with a heavy silence in the courtroom. All eyes turned toward the witness stand as Mia, still shielded under a pseudonym, resumed her testimony. Her presence was composed but tense. She was not just recounting events, she was reliving them in front of strangers, jurors, and cameras. Mia opened by continuing her account of working under Diddy. She described it not as a job, but a state of constant survival. She had once considered her colleague's family, even briefly dating Diddy's sound engineer, Matt Ta. But her words quickly peeled away the glamorous veneer. She was exhausted, isolated, and afraid. Then came one of the most pivotal narratives of the day, the 2015 Cape Town trip. Diddy had flown his entourage to South Africa, where Cassie, his known girlfriend, discovered he had another main girlfriend named Gina. That revelation imploded their relationship. Mia, caught between fractured alliances, became the unwilling liaison. She testified about endless texts and calls, WhatsApp messages at all hours. One exchange showed her warning Diddy's chief of staff, Christina K.K. Coram, that she couldn't keep up. "I can't handle the stress of all the missed calls." Her voice faltered only briefly enough to hint at the weight she'd carried. And then things spiraled. According to Mia, Diddy became erratic, slurred in speech, irrational in tone. One text from him read, "Call me now or I'll tell you everything." Mia interpreted it as a threat he would reframe their sexual encounter, which she believed was assault, into something consensual. In another explosive message, Diddy wrote, "ABC and all the lawyers, let's go to war." Mia said this was a reference to a TV show she had created that never aired. That line, she said, was both cruel and dismissive of her dream. Under pressure, she sent him a desperate email, "You know I love you and I'll do anything for you." She testified that it wasn't affection, it was survival. The words were armor. Then came a harrowing recounting of her suspension in 2011 at Diddy's Beverly Crest home. She had laid out the wrong workout clothes. What followed, she said, was yelling, swearing, and something violent, though trauma had blurred the specifics. She was suspended without pay for 5 days. Official reason: insubordination. "I was scared of him," she told the jury. "I thought he'd destroy my reputation." And then she described New Year's Eve 2010, the yacht in St. Bart's. Diddy called her to count stacks of cash, yelling when she was too slow, chasing her out of the room. She hid in the crew's quarters, begging them to take her to shore, but a storm was coming. Kim Porter, Diddy's then partner, found her and offered comfort. Eventually, she got to land, but the moment she arrived, Diddy summoned her back. She returned and the plan had changed. They were going to Las Vegas together alone. On the way to the plane, Mia said she heard Diddy lying on the phone to another staffer about what had happened. When she tried to interject, he snapped, "Shut the fucking up." The courtroom fell silent as she recounted those words. Mia worked for Diddy until 2017. She launched Revolt Films and produced a documentary. But when she asked for a raise, she was told Diddy didn't want to be in the film business anymore. So she left. Crying ignored his messages and eventually hired a lawyer. She settled a $10 million claim for only $400,000, half eaten by legal fees. She told her attorneys everything about the physical and financial abuse. But she never mentioned the sexual abuse. Not then. Even after she left, she sometimes messaged Diddy. After Kim Porter died. After random memories. Sometimes she told the jury, she said, "I love you again, not out of love, but habit, the echo of survival." In November 2023, she heard from Diddy's former bodyguard, Drock. They hadn't spoken in years. It started out friendly. He talked about opening a restaurant, but then the tone changed. He said, "You know Puff and Cass would fight like any normal couple." Mia felt a chill. She believed Diddy had orchestrated the call. Shortly after, Diddy texted her directly, "Please let me know when you get 10 minutes to talk." She ignored it. Another message followed, "Just need my memory jogged." She lied, said she was on a boat, no cell service. She didn't want to be pulled back in. Then came a moment that set the government on high alert. Mia testified that Drock offered to send her something. She interpreted it as money. This detail was critical. Prosecutors had warned that Diddy, if granted bail, might influence witnesses. Now it seemed that fear had a foundation. And then the cross-examination began. Diddy's lawyer, Brian Steele, acknowledged her trauma. He walked her through every chapter of alleged abuse, and she agreed. Then he pivoted to her Instagram. He showed birthday collages, vacation pics, inside jokes, some tagging Diddy, others calling him a mentor, a best friend. One showed him crouched behind her, pretending to deliver a baby. She'd captioned it, "Thanks for letting me give birth to my dreams." Then the lawyer dropped the bomb, "You chose to post your rapist on your account." The courtroom gasped. Objection, sustained, but the damage landed. Mia whispered, "I'm just trying to figure out the word you just used." Steele pressed on. November 4th, 2009, Diddy's 40th birthday. The same night Mia said she was assaulted at the Plaza Hotel. "How could she post about that day? I wanted to forget that night," she said. "Shove it down." One post showed Diddy grabbing coffee. Another captioned, "This was good for me, but great for Puff." Steele asked, "How can you have good moments with a man who terrorized you?" "You forget the bad," she said, "and remember the good." Why no mention of abuse in any caption? Because everyone who worked for Puff was expected to promote Puff. Then came the Burning Man post, November 11, 2015. It was tagged with Breakfast Club. She explained it was just a friend group. But the day before, she testified that Breakfast Club was what Diddy called the group he gave MDMA to. The contradiction hung in the air. Finally, Steele presented the scrapbook. A handmade birthday book Mia gave Diddy, filled with clippings and a handwritten note, "I love you forever and ever and ever. Love, Mia." She admitted she made it. "Why psychological abuse?" she answered. "I didn't know what it was then, but I do now," she whispered as she flipped through the pages. "So nice of me." Steele asked her to repeat it. She declined. "Mia, you're not weak, are you? I'm not sure." "You're strong, aren't you?" "I don't know what you mean," she said, "but everything I've said in this courtroom is true." Judge Subramanian allowed the jury to view the scrapbook. Mia grew emotional. She told them she didn't want to leave the company. Being fired, she said, broke her. And with that, Mia's testimony concluded for now. The jurors were dismissed. Monday would bring a new chapter. What had unfolded was a story full of contradictions, tearful memories, angry texts, Instagram smiles. Mia claimed manipulation. Diddy's lawyers claimed deception. Now the jury would have to decide what was real. Day 14 of the Diddy trial arrived under a sky as gray as the public's collective mood. The weight of the testimony from the previous day loomed over the courtroom, and anticipation grew as the prosecution prepared to introduce a new wave of evidence, digital records, employee contracts, and another pivotal witness. This day would peel deeper into the machinery of control Diddy allegedly maintained over his staff, especially Mia. but it would also connect the dots toward his enablers, people who may have silently upheld a regime of abuse under the illusion of celebrity and glamour. The prosecution opened by displaying a 2011 HR memo from Combs Enterprises marked confidential that outlined new employee confidentiality clauses. Mia's name appeared on the updated contract, which included clauses that prohibited her from disclosing any information related to personal conduct or internal events without prior authorization. Kash Patel, now advising on investigative matters, watched from the gallery with folded arms. Though not testifying, his presence signaled the gravity with which the government was now treating this case not merely as a celebrity scandal, but as an institutional failing. Then came David James, a former logistics aide within Diddy's team, called to the stand under oath. His demeanor was firm, calm, deliberate. I managed travel itineraries, coordinated locations for private events, and handled secure transport, David began. But I also handled digital backups. One of those drives included recordings and files Diddy wanted destroyed. Gasps echoed across the courtroom. He elaborated. In late 2016, I was ordered to delete a series of WhatsApp conversations and a few surveillance clips. But I made a copy. Judge Subramanian paused proceedings to confirm the chain of custody. The court reviewed metadata timestamps and the authenticity of the USB. When allowed, the jury saw redacted transcripts. In one, Diddy could be seen texting a subordinate, "Keep her quiet." We gave her the script. "If she fucks it up, you know what to do." The context, a scheduled interview Mia had with a podcast that was mysteriously canceled the night before. The segment never aired. As the courtroom absorbed the implications, the prosecution laid out a timeline of media manipulations, appearances, canceled videos, scrubbed narratives adjusted. Mia's image had been curated not by her, but by PR firms under Diddy's payroll. Then came Cassie's name. She had a backup too, David said. Cassie kept personal videos, audio diaries, and notes. She stored it all on a cloud account connected to her old work laptop. But that laptop, prosecutors stated, had gone missing. Its last known login was traced to a network in the Bahamas, Diddy's private estate. Mia watched from the benches, visibly shaken. The court shifted to Mia's health condition. Medical reports showed that she'd been prescribed Depo-Provera, a contraceptive injection. But what drew the court's attention wasn't the prescription. It was the repeated refills logged at irregular intervals. A forensic medical analyst testified, "Our review found signs of non-consensual medical administration. Injection dates don't match her known clinical visits. In essence, someone else was coordinating her birth control." The room frozen. Mia's voice cracked as she later clarified, "He didn't want a child. I didn't get a say." And then she shared the moment she was diagnosed with a benign brain tumor, later classified as a meningioma, a condition that can be influenced by prolonged hormonal exposure. The connection to Depo-Provera was circumstantial, but supported by an ongoing civil suit targeting the pharmaceutical company. The implications were chilling. A medication meant to prevent pregnancy might have silently altered her brain. Back to David James, he concluded his testimony by detailing a call he received just weeks earlier. A man from CNN didn't give his name, called to warn me. Said if I testified, my immigration history would be re-examined. Said someone from the DOJ wouldn't protect me. Gasps erupted. Judge Subramanian demanded the DOJ launch an inquiry into witness intimidation. But the prosecution wasn't finished. They brought in financial logs showing an offshore entity funneling monthly retainers to several entertainment bloggers and influencers, amounts ranging from $5,000 to $20,000. The pattern was clear: protect the brand, discredit the accuser. The names of recipients were sealed for now. And finally, the court saw a series of direct messages between Mia and an anonymous former staffer. One line struck like lightning: "If I go down, I'll take the yacht stories with me." The gallery buzzed, attorneys huddled, a recess was called. In a side interview with the press, Kash Patel said, "We've only scratched the surface. What we're dealing with is systemic coercion protected by status. This isn't about one man, it's about who allowed him to operate." Outside the courtroom, protesters held signs. Some read, "Believe Mia." Others said, "Diddy, Chapistam predator." The tide of public opinion was shifting, and inside, Judge Subramanian leaned forward and declared, "This court will pursue truth wherever it leads, even if it rattles towers of influence." Day 15 of the trial resumed with an atmosphere of heavy tension. The prosecution, emboldened by the explosive testimony of David James, wasted no time. They introduced a new witness, Dr. Eliana Ramirez, a forensic psychiatrist. Her credentials were impeccable, her presence clinical and sharp. Dr. Ramirez had spent 12 hours interviewing Mia over multiple sessions using validated trauma assessment tools. On the stand, she described a woman suffering from what she clinically diagnosed as complex PTSD. Mia's symptoms include hypervigilance, disassociation, emotional flashbacks, and intense survivor's guilt, Dr. Ramirez stated. These symptoms are consistent with someone who has endured prolonged coercive control and psychological trauma. The defense objected, claiming this testimony was speculative, but Judge Subramanian overruled. The jury listened as Dr. Ramirez read excerpts from Mia's session's nightmares about locked rooms, intrusive thoughts involving water, and storm sounds, clear echoes of the St. Bart's yacht incident. Next, prosecutors turned to the digital evidence David James had previously alluded to. A forensic analyst from the FBI's cybercrimes unit detailed how a mirror image of the missing laptop from Cassie's possession had been reconstructed from cloud backups. Encrypted voice memos revealed Cassie documenting everything her feared Diddy's erratic behavior and references to a breakfast club list that included drugs, parties, and coercion. "If anything happens to me," Cassie was heard saying in one recording, "they'll cover it all up. Puff always finds a way." The recording played on the courtroom held in breathless silence. Later, the prosecution introduced a short video clip, grainy, time-stamped, and muted, showing Cassie and Mia speaking in a stairwell. Though the audio was unintelligible, their body language conveyed fear and urgency. An expert lip reader testified Cassie said, "Just survive it. One day we'll get out." From emotional to financial, the prosecution moved quickly to connect the dots. A detailed ledger was shown next, one that included payment entries to private surveillance contractors. Descriptions included phrases like guest monitoring, unauthorized contact tracking, and asset compliance reporting. These terms, while euphemistic, alluded to a level of control over Mia and others that bordered on corporate surveillance. Multiple entries were time-stamped during Cassie's public breakup and Mia's suspension. Then came a bombshell, a subpoenaed message thread between Diddy and a celebrity lawyer. In it, Diddy wrote, "If she cracks, we pivot. We leaked the Vegas file." What was the Vegas file? The courtroom erupted in murmurs. Judge Subramanian demanded order. The lawyer, under questioning, denied knowledge of the contents but said the reference sounded like an insurance folder, a collection of documents used to suppress potential fallout. It was clear Diddy kept leverage on everyone. As the court broke for recess, the defense scrambled. Their strategy of casting Mia as a confused, emotionally volatile employee was eroding. The evidence was no longer anecdotal. It was digital, financial, institutional. In the afternoon session, the prosecution called a new surprise witness, Kimberly West, a former executive at Bad Boy Entertainment, who resigned in 2018. Her testimony was brief but powerful. "I left because I couldn't reconcile what I saw with what we pretended to be. Mia wasn't the only one. There were NDAs, there were hush payments, there were warnings." Did Diddy know about these measures? He didn't just know, he orchestrated them. That was the final statement of the day. Outside, the courthouse chants of "Protect Survivors" filled the air. Inside, the story was morphing. No longer just a case about Diddy and Mia, it was now about systems of silence, webs of complicity, and the cost of speaking out. The courtroom was buzzing before the morning gavel even struck. Word had spread that a new set of surveillance files had been decrypted overnight. Prosecutors wasted no time presenting them. An IT specialist from the Department of Justice described in detail how the files hidden in a subdirectory labeled VIP access were found in a server once used to store media archives for Bad Boy Entertainment. Inside were photos, audio memos, GPS logs, and time-stamped calendar entries. The first item displayed was a GPS heat map of Mia's movements over a 6-month span in 2015. Embedded within that data were logs showing real-time tracking across events including private dinners, studio sessions, and international travel. Was Mia aware of this tracking? The prosecutor asked. No, the analyst replied. She never consented to any of this. Gasps echoed through the gallery. Next came a chilling voicemail allegedly from Diddy to a tech staffer. His voice, though partially distorted, was unmistakable. "If I catch her slipping, I want everything on record. Don't ask me how, just make it happen. The defense objected furiously, but Judge Subramanian allowed it under evidentiary relevance. By midday, the narrative deepened further. Prosecutors introduced Cassie's digital journal retrieved from an old iCloud sync. Her entries were haunting. I dream of normal. I dream of a day without flinching when a phone rings. Another entry. Mia's holding strong, but I see the cracks. They're watching everything we do. Screenshots from an internal app developed under Diddy's private tech wing displayed biometric scans. It wasn't just surveillance, it was behavioral analytics. Employee stress levels, voice analysis, and even sleep tracking were compiled without consent. This wasn't a workplace, the prosecution argued. It was a panopticon. In the gallery, many observers looked visibly disturbed. Then came the financial trail. A former accountant testifying under subpoena walked the jury through a shadow budget. Hidden under wellness consulting fees were payouts to private therapists, most of whom never met Mia or Cassie. What were those funds actually for? The prosecutor pressed. Loyalty stipends, the accountant answered, in exchange for silence. One document revealed a six-figure payment to a former assistant who'd suddenly resigned in 2016 with an attached NDA referencing reputational containment. The defense attempted a rebuttal. They called a former event coordinator who described Diddy as intense but generous, insisting that any monitoring was for VIP security purposes. But under cross-examination, the witness admitted, I was told to install cameras in bathrooms and I refused. That's why I quit. It was another devastating blow. As the afternoon unfolded, the case's psychological toll became more apparent. Mia, seated silently at the plaintiff's table, looked exhausted but resolute. Her attorney submitted one final piece of evidence for the day, a handwritten letter from Mia to her younger self, recovered from a therapy notebook. Dear me, you're not weak. You're surviving the impossible. One day your story will matter. M. The courtroom stood in respectful silence. Even the defense didn't object. Outside protesters held signs saying, "Listen to her," while inside a legal reckoning continued to unfold. The courtroom was silent, an unnatural stillness, as David James Diddy's former aide and the government's final surprise witness stepped forward with a sealed evidence envelope. When the judge gave the signal, James pulled out a USB stick. His hands trembled. For months, he had hidden this device, fearing for his safety. But now, under protection and immunity, he was ready to speak. I was there. He began locking eyes with the jury, not just as a witness. I helped hide things until I couldn't anymore. The courtroom braced. James described the contents of the USB encrypted videos, dated voice recordings, financial transaction screenshots, and confidential communications between Diddy and multiple high-profile names. He said the USB contained digital breadcrumbs that connected Diddy's inner circle not just to entertainment crimes, but to political protection networks spanning back a decade. He named names, among them Jay-Z. But that file, James claimed, had already been reviewed and dismissed by the DOJ after it found inconsistencies and exonerating data. But there were others. In one recording, Diddy mentioned a favor owed from a former official in the cabinet, a vague but chilling allusion. When questioned further, James referred to a 2014 conversation about a drop spot arranged by H&O being briefed. Gasps. Kash Patel, seated in the public gallery with federal observers, leaned forward. The former Pentagon official had become a crusader for exposing corruption, first in the Russiagate investigations, then into the DOJ's controversial alliances. And now he had turned his gaze toward this case, arguing that what started as a celebrity scandal had deeper implications for justice. CNN, meanwhile, spun its narrative. Leaked snippets suggested Trump insiders were manipulating the Diddy trial to build a larger case against Obama-era officials. But then came the leak, one of James's audio files broadcast on an anonymous Reddit subthread. The speaker was Diddy. We're protected. This thing, it dies in court. The files, they're not for the press. They're leverage for her. The one who disappeared. He meant Cassie. Her name hit the news cycles like wildfire. Where was she? Why hadn't she testified? Why had her data been buried for years? A subpoena followed. Then a closed-door filing from her legal representative client is unable to appear due to credible threats against her life. Her communications are under seal. Behind the scenes, whispers of a political cover-up gain traction. Kash Patel, in a fiery interview, stated this isn't just about one predator. It's about the entire ecosystem that protected him from media moguls to federal executives, and I will name them. The judge, forced to address the spiraling chaos, ordered a week-long recess. In that time, the mainstream media split along partisan lines. Fox News ran a headline, "Diddy, DOJ, and Deep State CNN countered with right-wing smear campaign targets black icons." But the court wasn't about spin. It was about facts. When proceedings resumed, the prosecution laid out a timeline of Cassie's final weeks before her disappearance. Her texts showed rising paranoia. A final message read, "If anything happens to me, don't trust anyone from the circle, especially those closest to him." He kept names in Vault B with passwords. Use them. Vault B was found. It was real. It was digital. A Dropbox folder tied to a burner email unlocked via two-factor authentication from Cassie's old SIM. Inside, over 50 files. Some were harmless, others are damning. One file included a schedule titled Weekend Roster, matching names to luxury addresses. Many were celebrities. A handful were government contractors. And a few, unnamed in court but flagged for federal investigation, had clearances above top secret. For the defense, it collapsed. Diddy's team tried to block admissibility, arguing chain of custody issues. The judge denied it. The jury watched 3 silent minutes of grainy party footage, men in suits, girls in glitter, Diddy, silent, observing. The prosecution rested. The defense called no further witnesses. Diddy, expression unreadable, declined to testify. Verdict day drew a crowd outside the courthouse stretching 3 blocks. Protesters, journalists, influencers, former Bad Boy staff, even anonymous hackers who had dug up data from forgotten media hard drives. It was more than a trial, it was a reckoning. The jury returned, guilty, on 4 federal counts: trafficking, coercion, obstruction, and conspiracy. Sentence pending. As the crowd erupted, federal agents entered Diddy's private properties for seizure. Helicopters circled his Miami compound. In Tribeca, his Manhattan penthouse was dark. Jay-Z released a single-line statement, "Justice demands daylight." Meanwhile, Kash Patel doubled down. In a press conference, he revealed he had petitioned Congress for a special counsel to investigate links between entertainment blackmail schemes and previous administrations. "This is just the beginning," he said. "We're about to pull the entire curtain." CNN's top host resigned days later after being accused of suppressing early coverage involving Diddy and political players. Whistleblowers from within networks claimed they were told to cool down any angles involving Obama or Clinton connections. The Senate launched a bipartisan ethics review into intelligence, misuse, media collusion, and celebrity interference in criminal justice. And Cassie still missing. But her name became a rallying cry. Where is Cassie trended for 3 weeks straight. Advocacy groups launched investigations into female assistants across the industry. Multiple women came forward. One claimed Cassie saved her life. Another claimed she saw Cassie cry the night before she vanished, whispering, "They'll never let me go." Part 6 didn't end with triumph. It ended with a tremor. The collapse of an empire. The confrontation of a system. And a question, if they silenced her, who's next? Hear the next story. Jasmine Crockett embarrasses Barron Trump. Trump's son is so young. The lights inside the Capitol studios burned brighter than ever. Not metaphorically, literally. High-definition rigs and panoramic cameras captured every inch of the set, each panel carefully backlit in red, white, and blue. The producers of The American Pulse had promised viewers the political face-off of the year. On one side of the sleek glass debate table sat Barron Trump, 18 years old, towering at 6'8", dressed in a custom Navy suit that did little to downplay his commanding presence. He leaned forward, slightly polished shoes flat against the studio floor, eyes trained ahead. Despite his youth, his posture held the weight of a legacy. Barron wasn't just the son of a former president. He was a political phenomenon, intelligent, articulate, and unnervingly composed. Since starting his freshman year at Georgetown, he'd become the symbol of a reborn conservative youth movement. His following exploded online. He was called the Giant, not just for his stature, but for his rising political influence. Tonight, he was here not as a student, but as a contender. Across from him sat Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, 43, calm, in a crimson blazer, poised and patient. A former civil rights attorney, now the unapologetic voice for marginalized communities and working families, she wasn't just respected in political circles, she was feared. Her viral congressional takedowns and sharp logic had earned her a national audience. This wasn't a classroom debate, it was televised democracy. And the theme tonight, engaging Gen Z in American politics. In the control room, producers counted down 5, 4, 3. The lights shifted. Live in 3, 2, 1. The host, Dr. Sarah Martinez, welcomed the nation. Cameras panned, social media feeds lit up, yet American Pulse trended immediately. Dr. Martinez smiled. Tonight, we're joined by two remarkable voices, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett and Mr. Barron Trump, to discuss how we inspire the next generation of Americans to believe in our democracy. Barron nodded respectfully. Jasmine gave a soft smile. Cordial. For now. Jasmine spoke first. She outlined the importance of civic education, grassroots voter registration, and ensuring young people saw themselves represented. Her tone was warm but precise. She didn't oversell. She connected. Barron leaned in, listening. When it was his turn, the air shifted. Thank you, Dr. Martinez, he began, voice clear, confident. Congresswoman Crockett raises some interesting points, but I must question whether she's the right person to lead that charge. A pause. The room tensed. Barron continued, calm but sharp. What we have in Congress right now isn't leadership. It's performance art. Congresswoman Crockett's viral clips may earn likes, but do they earn trust? Her rhetoric divides more than it unites. And while she accuses others of playing politics, she's mastered that game herself. A ripple passed through the audience. Phones lifted, screens flashed. Jasmine didn't flinch. She waited. Barron pressed on. Congresswoman, your record speaks of partisan grandstanding. Your tone alienates moderates. And if we're serious about engaging Gen Z, we need unity, not division. The studio grew still. Then Jasmine spoke. Mr. Trump, she said evenly, I appreciate your concern. But before you question my qualifications, maybe take a moment to reflect on your own motivations. Legacy can be a powerful thing, but it can also be a mask. Barron blinked. Dr. Martinez looked from one to the other. She knew this was no longer a debate, it was a reckoning, but nobody watching knew just how deep this confrontation would go. Not yet. Not until Jasmine Crockett pulled out her phone and changed everything. Barron Trump sat straighter in his chair, lips drawn in a confident line. He had landed the blow. The crowd's silence told him that. But Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett didn't respond with fire. She responded with something far more unsettling calm. She reached into her blazer pocket and held up her phone. I think she said, her voice smooth but deliberate, before we continue this important discussion about youth and integrity, there's something the audience and the country deserves to hear. Barron frowned, unsure. Cameras zoomed in. The host, Dr. Martinez, leaned forward. Even the floor crew in the wings stopped moving. What are you doing? Barron asked. He sounded more curious than threatened, but there was a tightness in his jaw now, a twitch behind his eye. Jasmine didn't look at him. She looked at the camera. This is a recording from 3 weeks ago, she said. A private conversation between Mr. Trump and a Georgetown journalism student. The student didn't intend to expose anything until tonight. Because sometimes political theater gets mistaken for truth, and I think Gen Z deserves better. She pressed play. At first there was only static, then Barron's voice, young, smooth, unmistakably, has filled the studio speakers. Look, I don't actually believe half the stuff I say in these debates. The audience gasped. Barron blinked. His mouth opened slightly. It's all about positioning for the future. The recording continued. These Georgetown kids eat up the constitutional law stuff, but it's just theater. Dad taught me you say what gets you power, then you do what you want with it. Dr. Martinez, frozen. The camera panned to Barron. He wasn't blinking. Another voice in the recording, presumably the student. But what do you actually believe? Barron's recorded response came without hesitation. Honestly, I think Dad went too far. The election stuff, January 6th, it was a disaster, but I can't say that out loud. The base would destroy me. So I play the part, build the brand, and pivot later when the time's right. The audience shifted in their seats. Phones were up everywhere now. Hashtags were already forming in real time. Barron tried to speak, but Jasmine raised one finger. There's more, she said. The recording continued. These people I debate with, like that Crockett, Woman, she's smart. Not even that radical. But calling her unfit plays well. My crowd eats that up. That's how you grow in this game. You don't actually think she's dangerous? The interviewer asked. Of course not, Barron's voice said. She's more qualified than half the Republicans in Congress, but I can't admit that and still win. Politics isn't about truth, it's about narrative, and the Trump narrative needs enemies. Click. Silence. Barron's face had gone pale. Jasmine calmly lowered her phone. She folded her hands, leaned forward, and finally looked him in the eye. So, let me ask you this, she said softly. Who's really unfit? The woman who shows up every day to fight for her constituents, or the man who just told America on tape that he lies to them, that he uses them, that he sees politics as a costume? Barron's mouth opened, then closed. No words came out. The world saw you speak tonight, Jasmine continued. But now they've also heard you when you thought no one was listening. And what they heard wasn't leadership, it was a calculation. The audience didn't cheer. Not yet, it was too soon. Too raw. Barron finally found his voice. That recording was taken out of context. Jasmine raised an eyebrow. Which part? The part where you said you don't believe your own arguments, or the part where you said I'm more qualified than your colleagues? Barron glanced toward Dr. Martinez as if hoping she'd intervene. She didn't. You questioned my integrity, Mr. Trump, Jasmine said. You tried to discredit my record, my leadership, my right to speak to this generation. But tonight they saw through you. A student in the audience stood up. Then another, and another. Applause began, not explosive, but growing. Honest, earned. Jasmine stood. Barron remained seated. He looked taller when standing. But right now seated, he looked like a teenager, out of depth, staring at the consequences of a mask removed too early. The crowd's applause surged. Some chanted her name, others simply recorded. Barron quietly reached for his water. His hands trembled. Jasmine turned toward the cameras. This isn't just about a young man caught in a lie, she said. It's about a generation demanding that their leaders actually believe in what they say, that they're not pawns in someone else's game, that they're more than just a base to manipulate. She paused. This is not theater. It's the future of a country, and the truth deserves the microphone now. Fade to black. The segment ended, but the impact didn't. Not even close. As the camera feed faded to commercial, the studio erupted into something between a media frenzy and a political autopsy. Reporters surged forward. Students stood frozen, whispering in shock. Producers shouted into headsets. Even Dr. Sarah Martinez seemed briefly unmoored, gripping the debate table as if the gravity had shifted beneath her feet. But at the center of it all sat Barron Trump, silent. He stared down at his notes, the once crisp pages now folded and ignored. He had always known how to command a room, but tonight the room had turned against him. Mr. Trump, one reporter called out, camera crew in tow. Do you deny the recording? No questions, he muttered, voice low. His security team moved quickly, guiding him out through a back corridor. Cameras tried to follow, but the show's staff closed ranks. The exit wasn't dignified, it was damage control. Meanwhile, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett stood calmly accepting the wave of questions and lights with the same poise she'd held all night. Her phone, now infamous, remained in her hand like a gavel. This wasn't about humiliating anyone, she told the first camera. It was about honesty, about what leadership should look like. Within 20 minutes, the hashtag #DrawJockBarronExposed was trending across every platform. The viral clip, not the full debate, not even Jasmine's remarks. Just the moment she pressed play, and Barron's expression shifted from power to panic. That 5-second clip hit 1 million views before the hour ended. Social media responded like a lightning storm. He called her unfit and ended up confessing to political fraud. Unreal. Jasmine Crockett just gave the most surgical takedown I've ever seen on live TV. Barron Trump, the method actor of politics. Barron's online, following a carefully cultivated community of conservative Gen Z idealists, fractured almost instantly. Some rushed to defend him. He's young. This is a setup. Fake news as always. But others weren't so forgiving. We thought he was different. Turns out he's just another poser in a suit. The one guy who could have rebuilt conservatism with honesty just admitted it was all a script. On campus, Georgetown University became ground zero for political discussion. Students huddled in dining halls, coffee shops, and study lounges, replaying the clip again and again. Even some of Barron's closest supporters looked lost. I honestly believed him, said Sarah Chen, a sophomore who had once introduced Barron at a Young Republicans rally. I defended him to my friends. Now I don't know what to believe. The Young Republicans Club, which had tripled in size since Barron's arrival, held an emergency meeting that night. Dozens didn't show. Those who did sat in silence. Some resigned on the spot. By the next morning, national news had picked it up. CNN led with Barron Trump, bombshell, recording reveals calculated political persona. MSNBC dissected the transcript line by line. Even Fox News, typically loyal to all things Trump, stumbled to defend the moment. It's clear the young man was speaking privately, one commentator offered carefully. But the content is hard to ignore. On The View, it became the central topic. He said it himself, he doesn't believe in what he says on air. He lied to build power. That's not youth. That's ambition without ethics. In press briefings, White House correspondents asked if the president had watched the debate. The answer, yes. When asked for comment, Donald Trump posted a single line on Truth Social: Barron is young. He'll learn. The fake news loves to destroy my family. That was it. No thunder. No threats. Just retreat. Back at Georgetown, Barron went dark. He missed classes for the next 3 days. His dorm room stayed locked. Friends said he wasn't responding to messages. Professors confirmed he'd requested a leave of absence. The silence said everything. Meanwhile, Jasmine Crockett's star rose like wildfire. Her campaign reported a 400% increase in grassroots donations by the end of the week. Her social media following jumped by hundreds of thousands. Think Pieces declared her the future of progressive leadership. Democratic strategists began floating her name for higher office. But when asked how she felt about it all, she gave a measured response. This wasn't about going viral, she said on a late-night segment. This was about truth. If we're serious about restoring faith in democracy, we can't pretend it's okay for young politicians to see leadership as a performance. She paused. And I didn't win that debate because I destroyed someone. I won it because I told the truth when it mattered most. For the students watching it was a shift. Barron had been the intellectual hero, the poised speaker, the walking encyclopedia of constitutional law. But the illusion was shattered. The words he spoke weren't beliefs. They were strategy. And strategy without conviction, that was manipulation. In the following week, 2 major professors at Georgetown published an open letter in the school paper. The title, The Performance of Politics versus the Purpose of It. It didn't mention Barron by name. It didn't have to. The point was clear: if the next generation of leaders treated democracy like theater, they would inherit a nation too cynical to follow. A journalism student, yes, Jaime Martinez, finally stepped forward. I wasn't trying to expose him, Jaime said in an interview. I was working on a profile piece. We were just talking about politics over coffee. But when I saw how different his public attacks were from what he told me, I couldn't stay quiet. The debate reignited an old but pressing question. Is it fair to judge someone by what they say in private? Some pundits argued no. We all say things privately we wouldn't say on air, they claimed. But most agreed when someone builds a public career on carefully crafted beliefs, private contradictions matter, especially when they confirm everything people feared. It had been 5 days since the broadcast. 5 days since Barron Trump, the rising conservative prodigy, the polished torchbearer of a legacy, was caught saying the quiet parts out loud. 5 days since Jasmine Crockett played that recording on national television and stripped him of the one thing political legacies need to survive: credibility. In the age of virality, 5 days was an eternity. The internet had moved fast, too fast, but Barron hadn't moved at all. He hadn't left his apartment since the night of the show. His calendar, once packed with speaking invites and donor breakfasts, now sat empty on the kitchen table. He hadn't responded to messages, let alone stepped outside. The sunlight barely reached through the tightly drawn curtains. The blue light of his laptop screen was the only illumination flickering across his face as he scrolled through a digital autopsy of his political identity. Every video, every meme, every quote out of context and worse, the ones in full. Politics isn't about truth, it's about narrative. I'll pivot later when the time is right. Calling her unfit plays well. He played them on repeat until he hated the sound of his own voice. The backlash wasn't limited to strangers. Georgetown had changed overnight. Posters promoting his speaking event on conservative philosophy had been quietly taken down. Professors canceled panels where he was once the star guest. One email came from his own constitutional law professor, Barron, I hope you're okay. If you'd like to talk, my door is open. I won't lecture. I promise. He didn't reply. Even his allies, those he'd counted on to spin the fallout, were vanishing. The Young Republicans group had gone silent. Their group chat, once a battlefield of memes and organizing, now sat dormant. Sarah Chen had left the group. When Barron messaged one of the execs, all he got was, "You really messed up, man. People believed in you." For the first time in years, Barron was alone, not just physically, but ideologically, because the real problem wasn't the tape. It was the fact that everything on the tape was true. He did lie. He had said what people wanted to hear, not what he believed, and even worse, he thought he could get away with it because his last name had always given him a pass. But not this time. Not when the other person on stage was Jasmine Crockett. While Barron unraveled in silence, Crockett moved forward with measured precision. Every interview she gave struck a balance between reflection and fire. She didn't gloat, she didn't celebrate, she explained. "This isn't about taking someone down," she said on MSNBC. "It's about lifting a mirror to the political class, young and old, and asking, what do you actually stand for?" When asked if she thought Barron's career was over, she paused. "I think his mask came off before he was ready to be real." The quote went viral. Barron watched the clip a dozen times. His phone vibrated constantly, but not with support. A few calls from his mother. Silence from his father. No tweets, no statements, just that vague he'll learn post buried under a pile of Trump-related headlines. He wondered if his father was disappointed, or worse, indifferent. What stung most wasn't the humiliation. It was the idea that he had been just another performance in a long line of Trump shows, and when the act failed, the spotlight simply moved on. One night, Barron found himself watching the debate again, not the viral clips, but the full, uncut recording of the episode. He studied himself, the posture, the cadence, the facial expressions. It was like watching a stranger, a highly trained stranger. Every word timed, every smirk is deliberate. And then came the shift. Jasmine raises the phone, his eyes flickered. He hadn't realized it at the time, but the mask slipped the moment the recording played. Not because he was caught, but because part of him deep down had wanted it to happen. He was tired of pretending, of performing, of being the heir to something he didn't fully believe in. The next morning, Barron did something unusual. He went for a walk. No security detail, no suit, just a hoodie, sunglasses, and the hope that maybe the world had already moved on. It hadn't. He made it 2 blocks before someone recognized him. "Yo, Barron," a student called. "Are you still building that fake brand or taking the semester off?" Laughter followed. Phones came out. Barron turned and walked the other way. Back in his apartment, he opened his laptop not to scroll, but to write. Not a tweet, not a statement crafted by aides, but something real. He opened a blank document. "I don't know who I am without the performance, but I know who I don't want to be anymore." He paused. For the first time in days, he felt something unfamiliar clarity. He wasn't ready to speak publicly. Not yet, but maybe he could start telling himself the truth. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, a shift was beginning. Jasmine Crockett wasn't just that congresswoman who owned Barron Trump on TV anymore. She was becoming a voice for something larger. Authenticity, courage, a new kind of leadership. Donors were taking notice. So were party strategists. She had been asked off the record if she'd consider a Senate run. Her answer, "If the time and the people call for it, I'll answer." Young voters, especially women and students of color, flocked to her message. At rallies and town halls, people quoted her debate moments like scripture. This is not theater. It's the future of a country. News outlets dubbed her the anti-act, not because she lacked charisma, but because she wielded it without compromise. Her team launched a new initiative the following week. Jatiar Lead with Truth, a campaign focused on political education, media, literacy, and platforming young voices who had something real to say. And the timing couldn't be more perfect, because the country wasn't just reacting to Barron's fall. It was asking what kind of politics would rise from its ashes. In Washington, 5 days after a political earthquake isn't time to recover. It's time to react. And react, and they did. The fallout from the debate had grown far beyond the walls of the studio. What began as a generational confrontation on a talk show had turned into a national identity crisis within the Republican establishment. In donors' circles, among think tanks, on message boards, and backroom calls, the question wasn't whether Barron Trump had failed, it was what his failure revealed. He wasn't just a kid who got caught lying. He was their future projected, their next phase shattered. In a private gathering hosted by the Heritage Initiative, a top conservative foundation, 30 key players sat in quiet alarm. Senators, advisors, campaign managers. They watched the now famous clip again on a projection screen. The same 5 seconds, Jasmine Crockett pressing play. Barron's face falling. Silence followed. Then Senator Aldridge, a veteran of political messaging, broke it. He cracked under soft pressure. He showed no ability to recover. Worse, he confessed to the very thing our opponents always accuse us of. The strategist to his left added, "We can't build the future of the party on confessionals. This isn't therapy, it's war." The irony wasn't lost on anyone in the room. Barron had been crafted as the ideal post-Trump figure, a principled intellectual heir with just enough fire to keep the base engaged. But the recording had stripped away the facade. Worse, it had confirmed every Democratic talking point about political performance. Behind closed doors, donors began redirecting funds. Super PACs removed Barron's image from promotional material. One right-wing student alliance even suspended a university tour named The Next Right, which had been set to feature Barron as the keynote. "He's politically radioactive," one organizer said. "We need to pivot." And pivot they did toward safer candidates, toward figures who hadn't yet been caught confessing that it was all just theater. In this storm, Barron watched from the eye of it. Still holed up in his apartment, he read every headline, every betrayal. But unlike before, the shame was being replaced by something else: perspective. The mask was off. And now he had to decide, was there a path forward if he didn't put it back on? He started writing. Not statements, not speeches, just thoughts. His own. At first they were angry, then searching, then be honest. I thought I needed the brand before I could have the beliefs. But maybe it's the opposite. I thought politics meant strategy. I never asked if it meant service. Late at night, he would walk through the quiet campus under a hoodie, headphones, and avoiding eye contact. He wasn't ready for conversations, but he wasn't hiding anymore either. It was a slow return not to politics, but to himself. Meanwhile, Jasmine Crockett was everywhere. She didn't seek the spotlight, but it followed her now. Her words had struck a nerve not just among liberals, but among independents, educators, young conservatives disillusioned by the Barron debacle. On a Sunday morning roundtable, she spoke to the moment. "Look," she said, calm as always, "Barron Trump is not the villain here. He's a mirror. And the truth is, a lot of people are doing what he did, saying what sells, not what saves. We need to change that." The moderator asked, "Do you see him making a comeback someday?" "I hope he does," she said. "But not as a brand, as a human being who's learned something." Her answer didn't go viral, but it earned respect even among her critics. As her stature grew, Democratic leaders began positioning her differently. She was no longer just a strong voice from Texas. She was becoming a national figure. Within weeks, she was invited to keynote a major DNC youth summit. She declined, requesting to instead hold a roundtable with student leaders and first-time voters. "I'm not interested in being the next face of anything," she told her team. "I'm interested in building a generation that doesn't need faces to lead them." The pivot from confrontation to construction became the hallmark of her post-debate identity. In parallel, Barron received a visit from the one person he didn't expect: Jaime Martinez. Yes, the journalism student who had recorded the now infamous conversation. Jaime had reached out several times. Barron hadn't answered. But now, standing in the hallway of Barron's dorm, holding 2 coffees, Jaime waited. Barron opened the door slowly. "You came to finish the job?" he asked flatly. Jaime shook his head. "I came to talk. Not an interview, not publish." just talk. A long silence passed. Then Barron stepped aside. They sat across from each other at the small kitchen table. Coffee. Silence. Finally, Barron spoke. You didn't set me up, but you exposed something I hadn't even admitted to myself. Jaime nodded. You weren't the first, but you were the loudest. And most people who heard what you said already suspected it from others. I know, Barron said. That's what hurts the most. I confirmed their cynicism, or Jaime countered, you created a turning point. Barron looked up. You're not a victim, Baron Jaime continued, but you have a chance to become an example, not of failure, of growth. They sat quietly for a few minutes more. Then Barron asked, would you help me write something? Not an apology, a reflection. Jaime nodded. Only if it's yours, start to finish. That night they stayed up writing, not to spin, but to tell the truth. The piece was published quietly. No flashy headlines, no PR team, no news conference, just a medium-length essay uploaded to an obscure campus blog known more for thin pieces than breaking news. Its title was simple, The Mask I Built, by Barron Trump. It opened with no excuses. I built a version of myself I thought people wanted to follow, and then I followed him too. There were no political maneuvers in the essay, no red meat statements for a base, no pivot to moderation, no crafted comeback. Just self-dissection, honest, raw, and most surprisingly thoughtful. I don't blame anyone for turning away from me. I turned away from myself first. I spoke words that were sharp and calculated not because I believed them, but because I thought they would make me powerful. I used people's trust as currency. That's not leadership. It's a fraud. The internet wasn't sure what to do with it. Some right-wing commentators immediately dismissed it. Another weak apology tour. These kids have no spine. Others paused. One prominent libertarian pundit tweeted, this isn't an apology. It's a political obituary, or maybe a resurrection. Time will tell. Left-leaning circles didn't celebrate either. They acknowledged it cautiously. On TikTok, Gen Z creators reacted with surprising nuance. He's not asking for forgiveness. He's documenting a fall. That's different. The essay kind of hit. Not going to lie. Still don't like him, but this was real. And in a rare move, Jasmine Crockett responded. She shared a screenshot of the piece with a caption that read, growth doesn't erase mistakes, but it makes the next chapter worth reading. The comment section was a mix of admiration and critique. Class act. You showed more grace than he did at that debate. I still think he got off too easily. This is what maturity looks like from both of you. Barron didn't give interviews. He didn't accept podcast invitations or appear on late night segments. He didn't run damage control because there was no brand to protect anymore, just a life to rebuild. At Georgetown, things slowly stabilized. Some students ignored him, others cautiously greeted him again. A few classmates sent private messages. I read it. Respect. Took guts, man. He walked campus unguarded. He sat in the back of lectures. He spoke when asked, not before. And when he did speak, his words carried a strange new weight, not because they were louder, but because they were quieter. Meanwhile, Jasmine Crockett pressed forward. Her movement, Jacques Char's Lead with Truth, expanded from an idea to a nationwide civic initiative. High schools and colleges requested virtual sessions. Local community leaders signed on. It wasn't about her anymore, it was about a culture shift. The debate had been ignited. Now she was building infrastructure. In her office, aides pinned a map showing districts with rising youth engagement. Not just liberal areas, red and purple counties too. The message had cut through party lines. At a national education summit, she gave a short speech. Authenticity isn't a strategy. It's my responsibility. It's not the job of young leaders to be perfect, but it is their job to be honest. We don't need another generation of actors. We need citizens, whole ones. The audience stood, not for the soundbite, for clarity. Meanwhile, across town, Barron Trump sat in a window seat of a quiet bookstore cafe writing. Not an essay, not a press release, just a journal. I may never run for office, but I will never speak dishonestly again. I owed that promise to the public. Now I owe it to myself. He watched people pass outside. He imagined what they might think if they recognized him. And then he smiled just slightly because for the first time in a long time it didn't matter. He wasn't building a persona, he was rebuilding a person. 6 months later, C-SPAN aired a special roundtable on political transformation hosted at Georgetown. It wasn't a spectacle, no hashtags trended, but it did feature Jasmine Crockett, and one seat beside her empty. Until halfway through the discussion, Barron walked in, not as a guest, as a listener. He sat quietly, took notes, and at the end raised his hand. When the host allowed him to speak, the room held its breath. Barron didn't lecture. He simply said, "Thank you for letting me be here even when I didn't deserve to be, and thank you, Congresswoman, for holding me accountable when I needed it most." Jasmine met his eyes and gave a single nod. That was all. No applause, no viral moment, just a quiet exchange of truth. And that was enough. Barron Trump never returned to the spotlight in the same way. But he did return to politics years later as a policy advisor focused on electoral integrity and youth education reform. He never ran for office, he never published a book, but he spoke often, always with care, always measured. He never forgot what it felt like to be unmasked on live television. Jasmine Crockett went on to win a Senate seat 4 years later, becoming a cornerstone figure in a new political era built less on image, more on integrity. Their confrontation became a case study at universities, campaign workshops, and political media ethics courses across the country. Not because it was explosive, but because it proved something quietly powerful. In a world obsessed with performance, truth still has the final word. Hear the next story. Former White House secretary arrested. Karoline exposes Joe Biden's White House scandal. The White House briefing room was unusually quiet. The podium, usually a platform for clarity or chaos, now served as the center of a constitutional storm. Karoline Leavitt stood before it not as an apologist, not as a victim, but as a whistleblower. She didn't smile. She didn't blink. She was here to reveal what no one dared admit. They silenced millions of Americans. On purpose. The journalist leaned forward. For 2 years, she said, the Biden administration willfully removed American Sign Language interpretation from press briefings. Not a glitch, not an oversight, a choice. The room shifted. Cameras zoomed in. Pens scratched faster. Karoline had once stood at this very podium under the Trump administration. Back then, she was mocked, maligned, and misquoted. But now she had the spotlight again, this time not to defend policy, but to expose injustice. We talk about transparency, about access. But what kind of democracy cuts off the deaf community from real-time government information? Her voice was calm, her words volcanic. Behind the scenes, Karine Jean-Pierre, President Biden's current press secretary, had quietly phased out the ASL interpreters, not with public statements, not with consent, but simply not hiring them. It started small, Karoline said. Fewer interpreters, less visibility, then none at all. The justification: budget, scheduling, optics. But here's the truth, it was about control. A lawsuit had been filed by the National Association of the Deaf. Buried in its 27 pages were damning details: meetings canceled, requests ignored, emails unreplied. A system built on exclusion. Karoline knew the press would question her motives. Why now? Why her? She anticipated it. She welcomed it. You think I'm doing this because I served in a Republican White House? Fine. I won't argue politics. I'll argue the law. ADA Title II mandates equal access to public communication. That includes ASL. Biden's team knew it. They ignored it. Screens behind her flashed excerpts from internal emails. One from a senior aide read, "Let's not make the interpreter a fixture. It distracts from the message." Karoline continued, "Imagine being told that your existence is a distraction, that your access to your government is a nuisance. That's not democracy, that's suppression." Her words struck nerves, not only among journalists, but among millions watching the live stream, especially those long forgotten by the political elite. She pulled out a printed statement from the National Association of the Deaf. It read, "Silence is not accidental, it is engineered." The Biden administration had so far remained quiet on the lawsuit, but Karoline knew that would change. The story was picking up momentum. "This isn't about left or right," she said. "It's about right and wrong." Her mic went silent. She stepped down, but the fire had just been lit. Outside the White House gates, protesters held up signs. Access is a right. We see you, even if they don't. The national conversation had begun, and Karoline was no longer defending the administration. She was challenging it. The courtroom was more tense than ever on day 14. Karoline Leavitt sat composed at the witness stand, a single strand of blonde hair tucked neatly behind her ear. This wasn't a media briefing, and there were no prepared talking points. Today, it was her word versus the political machine she once served. Her role under President Trump had been simple speak truth no matter the cost. But now the cost is higher than ever. Ms. Leavitt began. The prosecutor, please describe the circumstances that led you to uncover the interpreter scandal under the Biden administration. Karoline inhaled deeply. It began with silence. She recounted the day she attended a press briefing led by Biden's press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. A question had been asked by a journalist from a disability advocacy group. The journalist had a sign language interpreter with her, but there was no interpreter present at the podium. I noticed it wasn't a one-off, Karoline said. Over several weeks, press briefings stopped offering ASL interpretation. No explanation, no transition. Just gone. Emails surfaced. Internal memos. Karoline testified that during her own tenure, inclusion had been policy. That removal of such access required explicit justification. None had been given in this case. Was there any attempt to reverse the decision, the prosecutor asked? Yes. I wrote directly to the Office of Public Engagement. I received a generic response, something about streamlining communications and modernizing outreach. Karine Jean-Pierre's face remained unreadable. She sat with her legal counsel fingers laced tightly. Then came the witness from the National Association of the Deaf. Dr. Bobby Beth Scoggins took the stand interpreter by her side. Her voice was clear and deliberate. What the administration did was not mere oversight. It was excluded by design. This violated the Americans with Disabilities Act and Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act. She laid out how the removal of interpreters restricted millions of citizens from accessing public information, especially during critical announcements related to healthcare, national security, and civil unrest. They turned off the microphone for an entire community. Karoline nodded in agreement. She then opened a folder and held up a stack of screenshots. Each showed federal events, COVID briefings, national emergency updates, speeches, all lacking sign language access. Mr. Biden promised unity and inclusion, she said, but this administration excluded the most vulnerable while pretending to serve them. The prosecutor then displayed a lawsuit. Filed by the NAD, it demanded reinstatement of ASL interpreters and alleged systematic erasure of disabled voices. Karoline's role in surfacing this violation had triggered that lawsuit. Her testimony was now key to the case. Under cross-examination, Biden's defense attorney leaned in. Ms. Leavitt, isn't it true that you have a political agenda? You worked for Donald Trump. Karoline replied calmly, yes, and I'm proud of it. But this isn't about red or blue, it's about right and wrong. The courtroom murmured. The next witness, a former interpreter for the White House, testified anonymously. Her voice was distorted for safety. We were told to stop showing up. No replacement, no official memo, just silence. The administration's legal team scrambled to mitigate the fallout, but the damage was done. Then came a dramatic turn. The prosecutor played a video from a Biden staffer's leaked Zoom meeting. The transcript revealed a direct quote from a deputy communication director. If the message is tight, we don't need hands flapping beside it. It's a distraction. Gasps echoed. Karine Jean-Pierre stood to object, but the judge allowed the clip. This is relevant, the judge said, and devastating. Back on the stand, Karoline added, this isn't incompetence, it's policy dressed up as efficiency. And it's cruel, plain and simple. Public outrage grew. Journalists began publishing pieces titled Inclusion, Erase the Deaf Left Behind, and White House and Silent Scandal. Protests broke out outside the courthouse. Deaf activists stood holding signs with raised hands, silent but powerful. We're still here. Karoline exited the building that evening to a crowd chanting her name. One woman signed through her tears, "Thank you for hearing us." Karoline signed back, "Always." Day 14 ended with the courtroom still buzzing. But Karoline Leavitt had done what she came to do, pull back the curtain on silence. and now the nation had no choice but to listen. The morning after Karoline Leavitt's searing rebuke of the Biden administration, Washington, D.C., was ablaze with reaction. Cable networks ran her podium footage on loop. Social media split down ideological lines. Supporters praised her courage while critics accused her of grandstanding. But Karoline wasn't done. In a follow-up interview on a conservative news outlet, she made her stance even clearer. "This administration isn't just inefficient, it's negligent," she declared. "Karine Jean-Pierre can spin all she wants, but the American people are not blind to the crisis unfolding in real time." She called out Joe Biden, directly pointing to what she labeled the administration's deliberate disregard for constitutional accountability. Karoline's message was potent. Under Biden's watch, transparency had vanished and public trust had eroded. And she had the facts to back it up. She cited the unexplained firings of several internal watchdogs, the replacement of career inspectors general with politically aligned loyalists, and most shockingly, the administration's decision to cut ASL interpreters from key public events, a move that triggered immediate legal repercussions. The National Association for the Deaf had filed a formal federal lawsuit arguing that the Biden administration violated both the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Rehabilitation Act. Their statement was unflinching. By silencing deaf and hard-of-hearing Americans, the White House communicated that they are second-class citizens. Karoline shared the suit's contents during a televised briefing, driving the point home: inclusion is not optional. Equality isn't up for debate. This is more than a policy failure, it's a constitutional affront. The White House, caught off guard by the firestorm, scrambled to respond. Karine Jean-Pierre took the podium, offering a lukewarm statement: "We are committed to inclusivity and regret any miscommunication." But the damage was done. Leavitt's strategic pressure had struck a nerve, and the administration's hesitance only fueled her argument. Behind the scenes, the legal case accelerated. The 25-page lawsuit laid out a disturbing timeline of discriminatory decisions. Meetings were canceled. Interpreter contracts were terminated without notice. Press briefings went silent for a swath of Americans. Karoline brought these points to the forefront during a panel with disability rights advocates. "We're not just talking about a lawsuit, we're talking about the dignity of millions." At the same time, the economic nightmare that Karoline had warned about was now making headlines. A leaked Congressional Budget Office report revealed that Biden's proposed reconciliation bill would explode the deficit by nearly $1.2 trillion over 10 years. Several key Senate Republicans, including Ron Johnson and Susan Collins, withdrew their support. Karoline pounced: "This isn't a budget, it's a grenade, and it's been tossed straight into the wallets of hardworking Americans." The press dubbed the moment Leavitt's line, and the phrase trended for 3 days. Despite mounting pressure, Karine Jean-Pierre's defense remained thin. She repeated talking points about future savings and long-term reform, but few were convinced. Meanwhile, Karoline went viral once again. During an exchange with a CNN anchor who accused her of politicizing the deaf community's needs, she fired back: "You don't get to accuse me of politicizing inclusion when the White House is the one erasing people." The response was electric. Hashtags like Stand with Karoline and Equal Access surged. Conservative PACs began airing ads highlighting her stance. Even moderate Democrats began asking questions. Then another bombshell hit. Internal White House emails leaked by a whistleblower showed discussions about limiting interpreter services as a cost-saving measure disguised as communication restructuring. Karoline addressed the revelation with somber gravity. "What this administration calls restructuring, I call exclusion." Democratic strategists attempted damage control, but the drip of incriminating information was relentless. New data showed that ASL interpreter cuts disproportionately affected press briefings tied to immigration enforcement and economic reports issues with high public concern. Karoline emphasized the pattern: they're not just silencing disabled Americans, they're silencing the truth. Public opinion began shifting. A bipartisan group of lawmakers introduced a bill requiring ASL interpreters at all federal briefings. It was dubbed Karoline's Law. Outside the Capitol, protesters, deaf and hearing alike, rallied for access. Karoline attended in person, holding a handmade sign: "Democracy includes everyone." In response, the Biden administration reluctantly reinstated ASL interpreters, but Karoline wasn't appeased. "They moved only because they were cornered," she said. "True leadership doesn't wait for lawsuits." Then came the personal fallout for Karine Jean-Pierre. A former White House staffer, protected by anonymity, filed an internal complaint alleging discriminatory communications practices. The complaint claimed that policy decisions around accessibility had been made in meetings where dissenting voices were discouraged, and that Karine had dismissed concerns by saying, "We'll circle back." As pressure mounted, Biden remained publicly silent, offering no defense of his press secretary. Karoline seized the moment. When leadership fails, accountability must rise. The media dubbed the growing scandal AccessGate. In this swirl of policy, collapsed legal exposure, and public outrage, Karoline Leavitt had done what few thought possible. She'd cornered the most powerful office in the country, using nothing more than facts, conviction, and a clear moral compass. The movement she catalyzed was no longer just about ASL interpreters. It was about transparency, accountability, and the core promise of democracy that every voice matters. The White House stood visibly shaken. Every new development, every leaked email, every protest chant tightened the political noose. Karoline Leavitt had exposed more than a misstep. She had pulled back the curtain on systemic neglect. Karine Jean-Pierre, once hailed as a symbol of representation, was now the face of exclusion. Her press briefings, once polished and rehearsed, became defensive and erratic. Gone was the confident tone. In its place, clipped answers and tense exchanges. Karoline, meanwhile, sharpened her message. The American people are watching. They're tired of being ignored, tired of the spin. On Capitol Hill, the tension rippled into legislative chaos. The budget bill, already shaky, began to unravel. Senators from both parties voiced discontent. Leaked recordings revealed internal Democratic discussions admitting the interpreter cuts were politically damaging. Karoline didn't let up. She stood on the Capitol steps before the cameras. Let's be clear, this isn't about saving money, it's about silencing dissent. News broke that Karine Jean-Pierre had met privately with high-level aides to discuss a communications overhaul. Among the proposals, limiting real-time press coverage of briefings citing information mismanagement. Karoline's rebuttal was swift. What they call managing information is really censorship, and Americans won't tolerate it. Simultaneously, the federal lawsuit from the National Association for the Deaf gained traction. Multiple civil rights organizations joined the case as amici curiae, amplifying the pressure. Karine's approval ratings plummeted. Calls for her resignation grew louder. In a closed-door meeting, Biden reportedly questioned her handling of the situation, according to a senior staffer who later resigned. Karoline capitalized on the growing cracks. This administration promised transparency. What we got was evasion. Then came the congressional hearings. Karoline was called to testify. Sitting before the Oversight Committee, she laid out the timeline, the evidence, and the consequences. "I'm not here because I want to be. I'm here because I had to be. Because someone needed to speak for those left unheard." The room was silent. Even her critics listened. Karine Jean-Pierre, in contrast, refused to testify, citing executive privilege. But the court of public opinion wasn't kind. As news outlets dissected Karoline's testimony, hashtags surged again. Hear every voice. Datumiu Truth in Translation. Yes, Karoline testifies. Fox, CNN, MSNBC, they all ran segments. Op-eds appeared in major papers. Even the Washington Post admitted Leavitt has changed the conversation. Then a second whistleblower emerged, a former Office of Public Engagement staffer, who confirmed that the exclusionary practices were deliberate, cost-driven, and approved by senior officials. Karoline's response: "You can't put a price on constitutional rights." Protesters flooded Lafayette Square. Petitions surged past 1 million signatures demanding Karine Jean-Pierre step down. The Biden administration attempted to pivot, announcing an emergency inclusivity initiative, but the public saw it as damage control. Karoline called it a bandage over a broken bone. Her visibility skyrocketed. Networks requested interviews. Book publishers made offers. But she declined, saying, "This is bigger than me." This is about restoring trust. Her coalition grew. Disability rights groups, fiscal watchdogs, transparency activists, all aligned under a single message: the people deserve better. Meanwhile, the Senate Judiciary Committee began an independent probe into the White House's conduct around accessibility compliance. Karoline submitted documentation including emails, memos, and calendar entries confirming key meetings where accessibility was stripped for optics. The probe expanded. Subpoenas followed. Karine Jean-Pierre's role as press secretary became untenable. Internal memos showed Biden advisors discussing succession plans. Karoline didn't celebrate. She warned, "It's not enough to remove one person. We need to fix the system that allowed this." And that perhaps was her most powerful line yet. The story was no longer just about a lawsuit or a scandal. It was about a reckoning, a demand for leadership rooted in integrity, not optics. And at the center of it, Karoline Leavitt remained unflinching. The aftermath of Karoline Leavitt's congressional testimony sent shockwaves across Washington. By morning, every major network had dissected her words. Some called her a disruptor, others a whistleblower. But none could deny the tremors she had unleashed. The White House tried damage control. President Joe Biden, visibly rattled, convened a late-night strategy meeting. Reports surfaced that internal communications had been seized for legal review. A senior aide leaked a memo titled Narrative Reclamation Strategy Phase Jotrin. The title alone sent critics into a frenzy. Karoline responded during a Fox News interview, "This isn't a narrative problem, it's a real problem. The American people already know what's true." Meanwhile, Karine Jean-Pierre vanished from public briefings, replaced temporarily by Deputy Press Secretary Michael Ortiz, whose carefully chosen words only deepened suspicions. Behind the scenes, Karoline continued gathering evidence. A second lawsuit was quietly filed by another civil liberties group, this one alleging broader discrimination against disabled federal employees, citing the exclusion of interpreters as part of a pattern. Whistleblower number 2, the former OPE staffer, released a redacted version of internal budget proposals. Highlighted in red, interpreter services phase out Q2 FY23. The evidence was damning. Karoline's next move, a town hall in Scranton, Pennsylvania, Biden's hometown. The event was packed. Local residents, disability advocates, even former federal workers stood in support. "This isn't about partisan politics," Karoline said. "It's about the American promise." In D.C., the pressure mounted. The Senate Judiciary Committee scheduled open hearings on White House compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Karoline was again requested to appear. This time she came armed with more than testimony. She brought records, names, signatures. "They knew," she said before the cameras, and they chose silence. The hearing became explosive. Senator Hawley demanded an independent investigator. Senator Klobuchar echoed the sentiment. "If this were any other administration, we'd be calling it what it is, systemic exclusion." Public reaction surged. Protesters occupied the front lawn of the White House with ASL banners, reading "We Belong" and "Equal Voice Now." Then a key witness emerged. A former nurse employed by the White House medical staff testified under oath that directives had come from the highest levels to limit exposure to distracting visuals during press events. The interpreter cuts were deliberate. Karine Jean-Pierre attempted a return. A scheduled press briefing turned into a spectacle. Protesters shouted outside. Reporters asked if she would resign. She deflected, but her voice trembled. Karoline, when asked about the moment, said, "I don't want her resignation. I want accountability. There's a difference." Behind closed doors, Biden's team began crisis negotiations. Senior advisor Anita Dunn floated a reshuffling. Names were floated to replace Jean-Pierre. But Karoline warned again, "Don't treat this like a personnel issue. It's cultural. It's structural." As if on cue, leaked footage from an internal DEI diversity, equity, and inclusion workshop surfaced. A slide read, "Messaging before inclusion, manage perceptions." The backlash was instant. Even late-night comedians picked it up. One skit showed a press briefing with a mime as the only interpreter. The satire cut deep. Karoline stayed focused. She launched the Clarity Coalition, a nonpartisan watchdog group pushing for transparency, accessibility, and executive accountability. Within a week, 50,000 members had joined. Lawmakers pledged to support legislation mandating ASL access in all federal broadcasts. Meanwhile, the judiciary probe widened. Internal documents showed contracts for interpreter services had been canceled mid-cycle. Financial records revealed reallocation of funds away from accessibility toward public relations consulting. Karoline released a statement, "You can't rebrand your way out of betrayal." More damning, an internal Slack message from a senior aide to Jean-Pierre read, "Leavitt is gaining ground. We need a counter-narrative." But the damage was done. A new lawsuit was filed by a deaf Marine veteran who missed critical emergency briefings due to lack of interpreters. The emotional testimony he gave to Congress was gut-wrenching. "I fought for this country. I came home and was told I didn't need to understand." Karoline stood by his side. In a televised special hosted by CNN, she explained the Constitution wasn't written in whispers. It demands clarity for all. The protests hadn't died down. In fact, they had grown larger, louder, more organized. What began as a series of scattered demonstrations had evolved into a movement. Across the country, Americans from all walks of life took to the streets with signs reading "Access is a Right" and "Accountability for All." Karoline Leavitt stood at the center of it all, no longer just a former White House secretary turned whistleblower, but now the unofficial face of executive accountability. Back in Washington, President Joe Biden summoned his senior staff to Camp David. The session was closed to the media, but leaks made their way to the press. The administration was preparing for sweeping internal reforms. The whispers of replacing Karine Jean-Pierre turned into full-blown discussions. Still, no final decisions were made. Meanwhile, the Senate launched a formal inquiry. Subpoenas were issued to current and former White House staff. One name stood out: Karine Jean-Pierre. The committee demanded her unredacted communications related to interpreter services, accessibility budgets, and internal strategy memos. Jean-Pierre retained counsel. Her public appearances ceased. Karoline, undeterred, continued her public campaign. At a rally in Atlanta, she took the stage to thunderous applause. "This is no longer about me," she said. "This is about everyone who's ever been silenced, everyone who's ever been told their voice is too complicated, too costly, too inconvenient." New testimonies emerged. A former ASL interpreter for the Department of Health and Human Services revealed that she had been instructed not to interpret certain briefings. "Too much risk of misinterpretation," the memo had said. A class action lawsuit took shape, deaf Americans filing against the Biden administration for systemic exclusion. Legal scholars debated the implications, calling it a landmark civil rights case in the making. Inside the Beltway, the atmosphere was tense. Former allies distanced themselves from Jean-Pierre. Media outlets that once praised her began running op-eds questioning her leadership. Editorial boards urged the administration to act. Biden remained silent. The Clarity Coalition's petition for mandatory ASL interpretation in all federal communications reached 2 million signatures. It was delivered to Congress with full press coverage. Karoline's speech on the Capitol steps was broadcast live. "Silence," she said, "has never protected the vulnerable. It only shields the powerful." Inside the chamber, a bipartisan bill titled the Federal Communications Clarity Act gained traction. Drafted by senators from both parties, it sought to establish accessibility standards for every branch of federal communication. The turning point came when a federal judge ordered the release of internal recordings from West Wing strategy meetings. In one clip, a senior advisor is heard saying, "If we give in on this, we admit we ignored a civil rights issue. We're not ready to wear that." Public outrage was swift. Approval ratings dipped. Calls for Jean-Pierre's resignation intensified. Under mounting pressure, she released a carefully worded video statement. "Mistakes were made, not out of malice, but out of misjudgment. I apologize to those who felt unseen." But Karoline wasn't satisfied. "We don't need apologies," she responded on MSNBC. "We need reform. We need consequences." The day finally came. Karine Jean-Pierre submitted her resignation. Her letter, while acknowledging the controversy, emphasized her belief in the mission of the administration and her hope that her departure would restore public trust. President Biden addressed the nation. "We must do better, and we will. Every voice matters. Every citizen counts." He signed an executive order within 24 hours mandating ASL interpreters at all official federal events and allocating emergency funds to repair the systems that had failed. Karoline watched from a quiet office inside the Clarity Coalition's new headquarters. She wasn't smiling. "This is just the beginning," she told her team. 6 months later, the Federal Communications Clarity Act passed with overwhelming support. The White House hired its first full-time accessibility director. New standards were published across federal departments. Karoline's journey from press secretary to reform leader was profiled in documentaries, podcasts, and books. But she refused to become a celebrity. At every opportunity, she redirected the spotlight. This was never about me. It was always about who was left out. In a final scene, she returned to Scranton, a town hall in Biden's hometown, just as she had done months before. This time, the crowd included deaf Americans. The interpreter stood proudly beside her. Karoline opened with a simple sentence: "Now everyone gets to hear the truth." The audience rose in a standing ovation. The reckoning had come full circle, and the silence had finally been broken. Hear the next story. Kash Patel destroys The View. Sparks fly live on air. It was a typical morning on The View, but today was different. Kash Patel, former national security advisor under the Trump administration, stepped onto the set. The moment the doors opened, the air in the studio shifted. The usual light-hearted chatter fell silent. Patel wasn't just a guest. He was the subject of the show's most anticipated interview in months. The co-hosts were ready. Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar, and Sunny Hostin had their notes in hand, their faces, stern expressions unreadable. This wasn't going to be a friendly conversation. They knew Patel's reputation for challenging the establishment, and they were prepared to push him hard. After all, Patel had been a polarizing figure, one who had constantly been at the center of controversial political debates. But Kash Patel wasn't intimidated. He walked into the studio with a calm composure, not a hint of the anxiety that might plague any ordinary guest about to be grilled on national television. His eyes scanned the table of hosts before he took his seat. He wasn't there to perform. He wasn't there to play the victim. He was there to defend his views, and he knew what was coming. The show began as usual with the co-hosts starting with predictable small talk. They asked about Patel's time in the FBI, his work with national security, and his role in the Trump administration. The questions were polite, but beneath the surface, the tension was palpable. Every host at the table had their own personal agenda. They wanted answers, and they weren't going to back down. It didn't take long before Whoopi Goldberg dove into the real interview. With a straight face and a sharp tone, she asked, "So, Mr. Patel, you've said some things about media accountability that have raised eyebrows. Some critics say you're flirting with censorship. Where exactly do you draw the line between free speech and control?" The studio fell silent. The audience waited for Patel's response. Was he going to deflect? Was he going to play it safe and give them a typical political answer? Or would he rise to the occasion and turn the tables? Patel didn't flinch. He met Whoopi's gaze with unblinking intensity. "I support the First Amendment," he said, his voice calm yet unwavering. "But that doesn't mean we turn a blind eye to deliberate misinformation. Freedom comes with responsibility, especially for those who shape public opinion every day." The room buzzed slightly. It wasn't the answer the hosts had expected. It wasn't a deflection. It wasn't an apology either. Patel stood firm, delivering his response with the quiet confidence of a man who knew exactly what he was talking about. It was clear this wasn't going to be an easy interview for anyone at the table. Joy Behar leaned in, sensing the opportunity to push further. She was quick to fire back, her voice sharper now. "But who decides what counts as misinformation?" "Mr. Patel, because some would argue that you've been part of pushing narratives that weren't entirely factual." Patel's eyes shifted briefly to the audience as if weighing their response. He paused, letting the question linger in the air before responding with conviction. "That's exactly the conversation we need to be having," he said, his tone measured but assertive. "Not shouting matches, not labels, actual uncomfortable conversations like this one." The audience reacted, a subtle murmur rippling through the crowd. Something had shifted. It wasn't overt, there wasn't applause or cheers, but there was a sense that Patel was gaining ground. He wasn't cowering under pressure. He wasn't trying to evade the hard questions. He was engaging. He was willing to face the difficult conversations head on. The tension at the table was growing. Whoopi's face tightened, and Sunny Hostin, who had been quiet until now, leaned forward, preparing for her turn. She wasn't going to let Patel off easy. "So, Mr. Patel," she began, "you've defended people who've attacked the press. How can you claim to respect journalism when you've aligned yourself with efforts to undermine it?" The stakes had just been raised. Patel was now being accused of undermining the very institution he had been defending journalism. It was a calculated move. Sunny was no stranger to confronting guests with uncomfortable truths, but Patel wasn't backing down. He didn't rush to respond. Instead, he took his time, choosing his words carefully. "I respect journalism," Patel said slowly, "but I don't respect lies packaged as news. and I think every American deserves the truth, even if it's inconvenient to the narrative. The words hung in the air. The crowd shifted again, this time more audibly. Some clapped lightly. Others simply nodded as if they were starting to hear something they hadn't expected. But the hosts weren't done yet. They were digging in, determined to push Patel to a breaking point. They weren't going to let him slip away from these questions so easily. The interview had barely scratched the surface, but already it was clear that this wasn't going to be the easy, one-sided conversation the hosts had hoped for. Patel was standing his ground, and the tables were slowly starting to turn. The question was, how long would it take before the hosts realized they had underestimated him? The next few minutes would prove pivotal. No one at the table was quite ready for what would come next. As the conversation continued, the hosts began to realize that Kash Patel wasn't going to make this easy for them. With each response, he managed to slip past their attempts to corner him, leaving them with nothing but their own frustration. They had prepared for a heated interview, but what they hadn't expected was a guest who refused to be rattled. Joy Behar, frustrated by Patel's calm demeanor, was the next to strike. She shifted in her seat and leaned forward, her eyes narrowing as she prepared to launch another attack. "You've defended people who've attacked the press." "Kash," she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm, "and now you're sitting here claiming to respect journalism. How do you reconcile that?" Patel didn't flinch. He simply tilted his head, meeting Joy's gaze with an unwavering stare. He had anticipated this question. After all, he had been called everything from a liar to an enemy of the press by his critics. But Patel was used to these attacks. He had faced worse in his career. "I do respect journalism," he replied, his voice steady. "But I don't respect people who manipulate the truth to fit a political narrative. Journalism is supposed to hold power accountable. It's not supposed to be a tool for advancing a specific agenda." The words hung in the air for a moment, the weight of them sinking in. For a brief second, the audience was silent, as if they too were waiting for the host to respond. But none of the hosts had an immediate comeback. Whoopi Goldberg, who had been quiet up until now, finally spoke. "So you think this show is part of that agenda?" she asked, her tone a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Patel didn't hesitate. "I think every media outlet, including this one, has at some point pushed a narrative without fully examining the facts. And I think that's dangerous. The public deserves better than that." Whoopi's face tightened. She wasn't used to being challenged like this, not in her own studio. She glanced at Joy and Sunny, silently signaling for them to pick up the pace. Patel wasn't just defending himself, he was attacking their credibility piece by piece. Sunny Hostin, who had been listening intently, finally broke her silence. "You've been part of an administration that has done nothing but attack the media," she said, her voice sharp. "You've been complicit in undermining the press. How can you sit here and lecture us about responsibility?" Patel didn't back down. He was prepared for this. He had heard it all before. "I didn't attack the press," he said, his tone unwavering. "I criticized the press when it pushed false narratives. That's not the same as attacking the press, but if we're going to hold politicians accountable, we need to hold the media accountable too." The room grew quieter as Patel's words sank in. The hosts exchanged glances, but they couldn't find a way to respond that wouldn't make them seem defensive. Patel wasn't just winning the argument, he was controlling the narrative. And the more they pressed, the more they revealed their own biases. The tension in the room was palpable. The audience was still almost as if they too were holding their breath. And that's when it happened, a moment that would shift everything. Whoopi Goldberg, the show's most experienced host, tried to regain control of the interview. She leaned forward again, a slight smirk on her face, as she asked, "So let me get this straight. You're claiming that the media should be held accountable for pushing false narratives. But are you saying that every media outlet is guilty of this?" Patel nodded. "Yes," he said, simply. "Every media outlet has been guilty of pushing a narrative that doesn't fully reflect the facts. It's not about whether you agree with me or not. It's about ensuring that the truth isn't ignored in favor of a narrative that fits a specific agenda." For a moment, there was silence. Whoopi's expression was unreadable. She wasn't sure how to respond. This wasn't the fight she had expected. Patel wasn't just defending himself, he was challenging everything they had stood for as journalists. The rest of the interview played out in much the same way. The hosts continued to ask Patel tough questions, but they couldn't break his composure. Each time they attempted to push him, he responded with facts, logic, and an unwavering commitment to his beliefs. He wasn't just surviving the interview, he was dominating it. But the real turning point came when Whoopi, frustrated by Patel's answers, attempted to pivot to a new topic, the FBI. She had hoped this would be a more comfortable line of questioning, one that would allow her to regain control. But Patel wasn't about to let her off the hook. "Do you believe the FBI is politicized?" Whoopi asked, almost challengingly. Patel paused for a moment, weighing his words. "Yes," he said finally. "Parts of it are. And that should concern everyone, no matter which side of the aisle you're on." The response was swift, and it was loud. The audience reacted with murmurs and even some applause. Patel wasn't just making a statement, he was echoing the concerns of many Americans who believed that the FBI had become too politically driven. It was a bombshell moment, one that sent shockwaves through the studio. Whoopi leaned back in her chair, visibly taken aback. She had hoped to use the FBI as a way to corner Patel, but he had flipped the question back on her, forcing her to confront a truth that many in the media were reluctant to acknowledge. Sunny Hostin was the next to speak, her voice edged with disbelief. "You think the FBI is politicized?" she asked. "But how do you explain the investigations into Trump's ties to Russia? How do you explain the countless investigations into him over the years?" Patel's response was calm and collected. "I think those investigations were politically motivated," he said, his voice steady. "And I think the American people deserve to know the truth, even if it's inconvenient." The room was silent again. This wasn't just about politics anymore. It was about trust. And Patel had just delivered a knockout blow. The hosts sat in stunned silence, struggling to regain their composure. They had thought they were in control, but Kash Patel had just flipped the script. The audience, too, was caught off guard by the sudden shift in power. It was clear now that Patel wasn't just another politician or media target. He was a force to be reckoned with. And as the interview continued, the tension only grew. Patel wasn't just answering questions, he was making the host question their own role in the media landscape. Every time they pressed, he responded with precision, forcing them to confront uncomfortable truths about their own biases. It was clear now this wasn't just an interview. It was a showdown, and Kash Patel was winning. As the conversation reached its boiling point, the host's frustration was palpable. Kash Patel had not just weathered their questions, he had dismantled them one by one, turning their own accusations back on them with cold precision. The interview had gone far beyond what anyone had expected. No one had anticipated Patel's level of composure or his ability to push back with such force. Whoopi Goldberg, usually the most experienced host in the room, was visibly shaken. She had tried to regain control of the conversation, but with each question, Patel only grew more resolute. The hosts had expected him to backtrack, maybe get defensive, but they hadn't counted on the quiet power he wielded. This wasn't just about policy, this was personal. And as Patel spoke, it became clear that he was making not just a political argument, but a moral one. Sunny Hostin, clearly irritated, took a deep breath and steeled herself for what she thought would be a final blow. "You've talked a lot about media accountability," she began, her voice sharp with accusation. "But let's talk about your role in the Trump administration. You were involved in some of the most controversial actions during his time in office. You defended policies that many people found deeply troubling. How do you reconcile that with your newfound concern for accountability?" Patel didn't flinch. He didn't let the question rattle him. "I'm not here to defend anyone's policies," he said calmly. "I'm here to talk about accountability. What I've always stood for is truth. And if we're going to demand accountability from the people in power, we have to start by holding the media accountable too. No one is above scrutiny, not even the people who shape public opinion." The audience reacted again. This time there were more murmurs of agreement. Patel's words seemed to be hitting home. The hosts were no longer leading the conversation. Patel was. The shift in power was subtle but undeniable. Whoopi, not willing to give up just yet, tried again. "You're saying that the media should be held accountable? Fine. But don't you think that in some cases the media was simply reporting what was in front of them? You can't claim that every piece of journalism is a false narrative." Patel's response was deliberate, measured. "No, I'm not claiming that. What I'm saying is that every media outlet has a responsibility to get the facts right. It's not enough to just report what's convenient. Sometimes the truth doesn't fit into a neat narrative, and that's where things go wrong. There was a long pause. The hosts exchanged glances again, but no one spoke immediately. It was a rare moment of silence on the show, but it was filled with unspoken tension. Patel wasn't just defending himself anymore, he was challenging their entire way of doing business, and that's when it happened. Joy Behar, who had been on the offensive for most of the interview, seemed to lose her patience. "So, are you saying that this show is part of the problem?" She asked, the edge in her voice unmistakable. "That we're pushing false narratives?" Patel's answer was straightforward, but it landed like a bombshell. "Yes, I think every media outlet has at some point been guilty of pushing a narrative that fits their agenda. And that's not something I'm willing to ignore. If we're going to talk about accountability, we have to talk about it for everyone, including the people who shape the public's perception." The room fell silent. The audience could feel it, a collective breath being held. The host had expected the conversation to unfold a certain way. They had expected Patel to stumble or give a rehearsed answer. But instead, he was taking control. The hosts were no longer leading the discussion. Patel had turned the interview into an examination of their own credibility, their own biases. Whoopi, still trying to regain control, leaned back in her chair and asked, "So you're saying that this platform is part of the problem?" Patel looked at her directly, his gaze unwavering. "I think every platform, including this one, has a responsibility to get the truth out. But sometimes the truth doesn't fit the narrative. And when that happens, people start to question whether they're being told the full story." Whoopi was visibly taken aback. It was clear that she hadn't expected the conversation to take this turn. She glanced at Joy and Sunny as if to ask for support, but none came. Patel wasn't backing down. He wasn't going to let them control the narrative any longer. And in that moment, it became clear Kash Patel was winning. The hosts were no longer in control. The audience was no longer just watching, they were listening. They were starting to think, to question, to wonder if the story they'd been told for so long was the real one. The rest of the interview unfolded with a growing sense of unease at the table. The hosts, though, still attempting to question Patel, found themselves unable to land a decisive blow. Patel's calm, composed responses were chipping away at their arguments piece by piece. It wasn't just an interview anymore, it was a confrontation. And the hosts were beginning to realize that they might have underestimated their guest. As the interview wore on, the hosts began to feel the weight of their previous attempts to control the narrative. They had anticipated an easy interview, expecting Patel to crumble under pressure. But instead, they had created a battleground. Patel's unwavering composure and sharp responses had put them on the defensive. And as the minutes passed, it became increasingly clear that the interview was no longer just about politics, it was about power. The tension between Patel and the host was palpable. Each of them, once confident in their ability to dominate the conversation, now found themselves questioning their own positions. Kash Patel had flipped the script. He had started as a guest under their control, but now he was the one driving the conversation. Whoopi Goldberg, who had been a pillar of calm throughout the show, now seemed rattled. She had never faced an interview quite like this one. She was used to being the one in charge, used to setting the tone of the conversation. But Patel wasn't giving her the space she needed to direct the discussion. Every time she asked a question, he answered with clarity and conviction, often turning it back on her. "Are you implying that we're just a part of the media machine?" Whoopi asked, her voice laced with frustration. "That we don't have journalistic integrity?" Patel didn't hesitate. "I'm saying that every media outlet, including this one, is susceptible to bias," he replied. "And when you report news, especially in a climate as polarized as the one we're living in, the facts can get distorted. It's not about whether the media is inherently evil, it's about ensuring that the truth isn't lost in the process." Whoopi blinked, clearly caught off guard. She wasn't expecting such a direct answer. She tried to recover, shifting slightly in her chair, her mind clearly racing for the next move. "I respect the First Amendment," Patel continued, his tone unwavering. "But with that respect comes a responsibility to uphold the truth, and that includes holding the media accountable when they get it wrong." Joy Behar, who had been waiting for an opening, quickly jumped in. "But how can you stand there and preach about media accountability when you worked for a president who constantly attacked journalists?" Her voice was sharp, biting. "You were part of an administration that didn't just question the press, it demonized them." Patel looked at Joy, unfazed. "I never attacked journalists. I criticized them when they pushed false narratives," he said. And there's a big difference between calling out misinformation and attacking an entire profession. I'm not here to defend anyone's actions, I'm here to defend the truth. The crowd reacted again. The tension in the room was now at a boiling point. Patel's words were resonating with the audience, who were no longer just passive spectators. They were engaged, leaning in, listening intently to every word he spoke. Sunny Hostin, clearly on edge, attempted to steer the conversation back to familiar territory. "Let's talk about your role in the Trump administration," she said, trying to regain control. "You defended policies that many people saw as harmful. How can you now claim to be an advocate for accountability when you were part of a government that pushed dangerous rhetoric and divisive actions?" Patel took a deep breath, his response calm but forceful. "I don't need to justify my role in the administration," he said. "What matters now is that we focus on accountability. We need to hold everyone accountable, the media, politicians, public figures. This isn't about defending or attacking individuals. It's about ensuring that the truth is upheld regardless of political affiliation." The silence in the room was deafening. For the first time in the interview, the hosts seemed at a loss for words. They had expected Patel to become defensive, to apologize for his past actions, but instead he had taken control of the narrative, turning their questions back on them and forcing them to confront uncomfortable truths. And that's when it happened. Whoopi Goldberg, who had been the most composed of the hosts, finally broke the silence. "So, what's your solution, Cash?" she asked, her voice quieter now, as if she was no longer sure of her footing. "What do you want us to do differently?" Patel paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts. Then, with a quiet intensity, he answered, "We need to start having real conversations. We need to stop playing politics, stop worrying about what side we're on. We need to focus on the facts and let the truth stand on its own." The weight of his words hung in the air. The host sat in silence, no longer knowing how to respond. This wasn't just about media criticism. It wasn't even about politics anymore. This was a moral argument, and Kash Patel had just turned it into an unassailable case for truth and accountability. As the interview progressed, it became clear Patel wasn't just defending his position. He was forcing the hosts and the audience to confront their own biases, their own role in perpetuating the media's failure to uphold truth. And in that moment, the power had shifted. The hosts were no longer in control of the conversation. Patel was. The interview was far from over, but the tide had turned. Kash Patel had made his mark, and nothing would be the same after this. By now, the atmosphere in the studio had shifted entirely. What was once an interview designed to challenge Kash Patel had turned into an examination of the media's role in shaping the narrative. The hosts, who had expected to grill their guests, now found themselves struggling to regain control of the conversation. Patel, unwavering and composed, continued to drive the discussion forward, forcing the hosts into uncomfortable positions with every word he spoke. Whoopi Goldberg, who had maintained a commanding presence throughout the show, now seemed visibly uneasy. She had been the one to ask the toughest questions, the one who usually steered the direction of the conversation. But now she was on the defensive. The audience could feel it. The tension was thick, and every time the host attempted to turn the conversation, Patel responded with logic and calm authority, pushing them further into a corner. Joy Behar, clearly frustrated, leaned forward. "Okay, let's talk about your role in the Trump administration. You were a part of one of the most divisive presidencies in recent history. How do you reconcile your involvement with everything you're saying now about accountability?" Her words were sharp, accusing, trying to cut through Patel's defenses. Patel didn't hesitate. "I'm here to talk about accountability, not to defend anyone's actions," he said, his tone steady but firm. "The issues I care about go beyond party lines. They're about ensuring that truth, not partisanship, guides our decisions. And that includes holding every institution, whether it's the media, the government, or the public, accountable for their actions." The hosts exchanged uncertain glances. They had expected Patel to become defensive, to shrink back from the scrutiny. Instead, he was standing tall, not just defending his record, but challenging their very framework. His words were not the angry tirades they had anticipated, but calm, measured calls for fairness, and they were resonating with the audience. Sunny Hostin, visibly exasperated, tried again. "But your administration," she pressed, "attacked the media relentlessly. You're telling us now that the media needs to be accountable, but how can you justify your part in an administration that publicly vilified journalists, Patel's response was deliberate, and once again, he did not back down. I never attacked the press. I criticized its role in pushing false narratives, and there's a difference between the two, he said, his gaze unwavering. But let's not forget that the media has a responsibility too. You cannot ignore the power that the media holds in shaping public perception. If we're going to criticize politicians, we need to criticize the media with the same scrutiny. The room fell silent. The hosts had no immediate reply. Patel had framed the conversation in a way they hadn't expected. He wasn't just talking about political accountability. He was calling out their profession, forcing them to examine their own biases. Whoopi, realizing the stakes, tried to pivot once more. So you're saying that this show is part of the problem, she asked, her voice more controlled now, but still searching for a way to regain her footing? Patel didn't flinch. Yes. I think every media outlet is part of the problem when they push narratives instead of facts, he said plainly. This show, like many others, has an agenda, whether intentional or not. And when you present information as fact without fully examining the truth, you are part of the problem. The crowd's reaction was immediate. There was a growing buzz in the room, a shift in the energy. Patel wasn't just answering questions anymore. He was challenging the foundation of the media itself. Whoopi, trying to reassert control, leaned in. So, you're not just criticizing the media, you're saying that all of us here at this table are contributing to misinformation. Patel took a moment before responding. I'm saying that everyone who holds power, whether it's in government or in the media, has a responsibility to make sure that truth is the foundation of their reporting. And when that doesn't happen, it's a failure. I'm not here to attack you personally. I'm here to ask why the truth has been compromised for so long. The silence that followed was deafening. The host, for the first time, seemed unsure of how to respond. The conversation had taken a turn they weren't prepared for, and it was clear they weren't going to be able to wrest control from Patel. The audience's response was even more telling. There was a noticeable shift. Applause, tentative at first, began to grow louder. It wasn't the polite applause of an audience showing support for a guest. It was the kind of applause that comes when a person finally makes their point undeniable. Patel had done more than defend his position. He had exposed the flaws in the very system that the hosts represented. He had turned their questions into opportunities to expose the media's shortcomings, and in doing so, he had gained control of the conversation. And as the interview continued, it was clear that the hosts, despite their attempts to regain their composure, had lost. Kash Patel wasn't just surviving the interview, he was reshaping it and reshaping the conversation around truth and accountability in a way that no one at that table had anticipated. The room was electric with a tension that hadn't been there before. Kash Patel had not only held his own, he had dominated the conversation, shifting the focus from his own actions to the broader issues of truth, accountability, and media bias. As the hosts tried and failed to regain control, it was clear that the narrative was no longer in their hands. Whoopi Goldberg, who had once been the undisputed leader of the table, now appeared conflicted. She glanced at her co-hosts, searching for some sign of support. But even they seemed unsure of how to respond. This was no longer a battle of wits. It was a reckoning. Well, Kash, Whoopi said slowly, her voice now tinged with something that resembled reluctant respect. You've certainly made your point. But Patel wasn't done yet. He had already exposed the flaws in their framework, but there was one last thing he wanted to make clear. It's not just about making a point, he said calmly. It's about starting a conversation, one that challenges all of us, not just politicians or journalists, but every single person who watches this show. We need to question everything, including the narratives we've been fed. The final words hung in the air. There was no applause, no cheers, just the heavy silence of realization. The hosts had underestimated Patel. They had expected him to be a mere figurehead, a talking head to interrogate. Instead, he had flipped the script. And now the conversation wasn't just about his past, it was about theirs. Whoopi, visibly taken aback, took a long pause before answering. Well, that's certainly food for thought. The audience was quiet for a moment longer before an unexpected sound filled the room. A soft, almost reluctant clap. Then another. Slowly, the applause began to build, not with the force of a cheer, but with a slow, deliberate rhythm. It wasn't a wave of support, it was a sign of recognition. Patel had done what no one thought possible. He had turned the tables on the view. For the first time in the interview, the hosts were left speechless. Kash Patel had not only survived the barrage of questions, but had emerged victorious. The room was no longer just a place for debate, it was a stage for truth to be revealed. As the applause continued, Patel stood nodding to the audience. He wasn't celebrating. He wasn't gloating. He had come to deliver a message, and now that message had been heard. Without another word, he turned to leave the stage, leaving behind a stunned set of hosts and an audience that would never forget the moment when the narrative was finally turned upside down. And as the cameras pulled away, the silence in the studio spoke volumes. The world had just witnessed a confrontation that would echo long after the lights dimmed. Kash Patel had come to disrupt, and he had done so quietly but undeniably.